Okay, here we go. I think we got a lot of work to do today, so we should probably get to it, dudes. We got a lot of work to do. We're gonna try to get the rear fascia panel off the back of the car. It's going to that gets a little involved. We're gonna need the welder, gonna need grinding wheels, gonna need the drill, spot weld cutter. We're gonna need a lot. We're gonna need a lot. Also, there's ow! I muted the sound. Why did it turn it back on? Sorry about that, dudes. There's the new GTA trailer out. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Dude, I mute that thing, play the video, and it unmutes, and then I mute it again, play the video, and then it unmutes again. I hate that feature. That feature is awful. You gotta mute it 2 times. Look at that, the gains, bro. It's all about them gains. Wow. All I could say is wow. There's some impressive graphics going on here. If you squint your eyes, it's hard to tell. Damn, dude. Damn. That's not rendered, dude. That's the game. Hey. Yo. 59 Eldorado. I didn't even notice that. And then there's also a Ranchero, not Ranchero over here. The front of it, I could tell from the bumper, the front of it is a Ranchero, like a 1970 Ranchero, and the back of it's an El Camino from the 70s. The accent lines are halfway in between. That's why the accent line goes up. Dude. Yeah, see? That is a caddy. But they skirted copyright. 58, so that's... They skirted the copyright. Those fins are from a 62 Coupe de Ville. Right? And those bullets are from a 58 Eldorado. And the bumper's from a 58 Eldorado. I love how they kit bash cars to avoid copyright. That's so cool. Now the Ford, I don't know how they got around that. That's blatantly a Ford Raptor, but whatever. Dude. Subsurface scattering again. Unbelievable. Look at this. I can't play the sound because of the freaking music. But dude, look at the reflections off the water. Really, really nice stuff. The normal mapping right here of the brush. That's pretty cool. And yes, that's... They put a 58 Bel Air on the front of a 62 Cadillac. It's a kit-bashed Coupe de Ville. That's pretty funny. So see the sweat glistening like that, because I'm sweating because I did a lot of work in the shop this morning. See that? That's really hard to do. Subsurface scattering and making skin look right is very difficult. It's a hard thing to get right, and it's pretty good, man. This is rage. Yep. My video card is having an aneurysm just watching this. Good. I'm looking around. See some weird stuff. Oh. It's got truck nuts. Also, square body, Dodge Ram, Corvette, or Coquette is what it's called. 747. Dude, that's... Look at all the wires. That's really good, man. That's really good stuff. Dude. Hold on. Yo, look at the beer. Look at the beer bottles. Look at the beer bottles refract the light. Yo. Pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for in-game. Oh my goodness. CVPI making a appearance again. This is impressive, dude. This is really this would be impressive if it was rendered. That's not so like it's a rendered cutscene using the environment as opposed to like an in-game cutscene. That's an in-game cutscene, which means it's rendered in the game environment, which is pretty. I mean, it's not like standalone render footage. This is what you'd be seeing in the game, which is once again just horribly impressive. There's that Elko again. That El Corrado. Yeah, we're gonna need a. Well, it's not coming out for PC for a while, so I'm not worried about that. MP5. What's that? What are you using that antique for? So see the dude, see the sweat on the guy's skin. Like, I don't mean to keep pointing that out. I know that sounds really strange, but in 3D art, that is insanely hard to get right, and that looks right. That looks real, which is pretty cool. Oh damn! Oh damn! I love that. The Modelo, not Modelo. Anyway, water looks amazing. Everything about this looks crazy, dude. We can watch more of it later. Dude, the sequin dress is unbelievable. Look at the lighting on that thing. The lighting, guys. The lighting is fantastic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jeez. Holy cow, man. The lighting, the shading. I know it sounds ridiculous. The shading and lighting in this game is unbelievable. Dude, look at it. Look at the sequin in the nightclub. That's amazing. It's reflecting all the different lights. That's pretty damn impressive. It looks like that looks like old asphalt to me. It's pretty good, dude. Dude, you could see the freaking liver spots on the guy. Like, for real. Come on now. Once again, lighting, unbelievable. That mesh sleeve, unreal. You know how hard that is to make that look correct? That looks right. You didn't even think about it, right? You didn't even. You just saw. You were looking at something else. Were you staring at the woman in the red dress? Look again. I mean, look at the reflection on the dude's chain. Unbelievable. The chain is reflecting the scattered light from the sun, which is just. Oh, a dually. Look at that, boy. There's a dually. Unbelievable. Dude, once again, the reflection through the beer bottle. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. The physics on the hair. Yeah, that's scatter. Those are called scatter effects, John, and they're amazing for real time. That's absurdly good for real time. Also, the guy has a 249 at his gun store because Florida. God rays. You wouldn't see God rays from a fluorescent light, but whatever. I refuse to, 1, buy a new Xbox for this, and 2, not play it on my PC. Kind of with you on that one. But that's why I'll buy it on console and you can watch me play it. Ooh, an MD500. Well, it's got the pod, so it's probably not an MD500. It's probably an OH6. Yeah, the new GTA trailer came out real quick. I just wanted to blaze through it real fast. Look at the chrome. The reflection on the chrome. Pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. I don't know why that guy's welding a boat, but hey, whatever. What would you be welding on the hull of this boat that's blatantly fiberglass? You know, just weld fiberglass. That's fine. Rockstar released an entire thread. Check this out. Dude, this is crazy. That's nuts, man. That is just... Seriously. I'll wait. It's fine. Little bummed that it's going to take another year, but we'll wait. Yeah, they gave us a press kit. That's right. I got the press kit, actually. It's sitting in my email, but somebody already posted this here, so it'll be easier. Dude, look at the brush. See, it's the little things that sell this stuff, dudes. You don't even, it doesn't even need to look like 100% real, right? It's the little things that fool your mind into thinking it's correct. Like the brush on the side of the street. You know, the little reflectors to demark the lines at night. You know, it's little stuff like that that really sells like 3D rendering. See, look at subsurface scattering again. Unfrickin' real, dude. The crappy nail polish on her finger. That's amazing. Even tats. Tats are extremely difficult to get right on somebody in a game. That's really tough because you have to deal with the subsurface scattering, but you have a texture on top of that subsurface scattering. Note how the tats are kind of a little weird looking. But it for the most part, it's pretty damn close. Dude, you can see the stitching on the guy's hat. Unbelievable. That's GTA 6, yep. The leaves on the trees are pretty good. Yeah, it's small stuff like that, Dan, that sells it. It's tiny things like that that make it really good. In this particular case, it would be the soap on the windshield. But also see the dude's hair on his arm, right? And the sun shining through that. Yeah, the soap on the windshield, you know? Guys, the reflection in the guy's glasses. Right? You could still see his eye through the glass, but you could clearly tell he's sitting in front of a computer. Also, the Gear Horde freaking SIG, not SIG over there. Yeah, that's right. You stay classy, bro. Damn, that looks good, dude. Subsurface scattering in this shot went a little too shiny. The guy looks like he's made out of rubber. Don't drop it. Yeah, see, again they have to, like, the pigment is amazing, dude. You could see the dude's freaking pores in this shot, right? Like the reflections on the chain, even the reflection on the cup. You can tell that that's a paper cup. It looks like a paper cup. Also, there's somebody upside down over there. I would say that tone down the specularity just a smidge, because something about that shot doesn't look exactly right, but either way. All right, cool. Well, that's the GTA 6 trailer. We can discuss it more during Space News if you guys want to see it, but we have to get going. We have to get out to the shop. Are graphics better on PC than on PS5 in general? Yeah. For the most part, dude, yeah. Damn, nice. I paid for the whole GPU. I'm going to use the whole GPU. Mafia 1 and 3 will still be better. Yeah, sure. Hey, Mats, what's going on, dude? Anyway. Alright, guys. Let's get out in the shop. We got work to do. We got to drill that sill plate off the back. I will be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Do we have a sink? Nice exhaust? Oh, thanks, man. Exhaust was one of the only things that I did when I first got the car because there was no exhaust left. That should have been a sign, Mats, that this car might be a little rusty. 5x5, loud and clear, 5x5, we're in sync. Perfect. Okay, so we got some work to do today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna drill the fascia plate off the back. We gotta basically undo part of this from the assembly line if we wanna put the trunk pan in. So I got a new pan for it, and I did get in contact with the shipper. The stuff should be here sometime this week. SBL is a tad loud. Okay, let me shut it off. There we go. All right, we're good. Okay, so and sink in the sink. Yep. All right, so what we're gonna do is basically prep for all that new stuff coming in today, which means getting the back sill plate or the back fascia plate off this part of the car. We gotta basically undo what they did from the factory here. That's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work, it's gonna be a lot of time, but I did give the shop a little bit of a cleaning today. To move anything that's flammable away from here, away from this area, specifically in the parts where we got to weld things. So yeah, like I cleaned up the floor because this is where we dropped the gas tank. I made sure there was no fumes or anything. Like I just once overed it, swept it up, made sure there was no gas left on the floor. So we should be good. The reason why is because we're going to do some welding today. I have to put some bracer bars in to get this thing right. No front sag. The front is sagging a little bit, but we'll get at that later. It's not getting any worse. Let me put it to you like that. All we got to do is basically jack the front of the car up. I can put it on jack stands right now if you want, but it's not sagging anymore. Remember, I told you, you can tell if this thing is sagging from the doors opening and closing when it's up like this. Look, see this door opens and closes just fine. Now watch this door. Listen to this, ready? Did you hear that? It's very subtle, but you can see it in the panel gap right here, and you can see it you can hear it when you open up the door. Hear that thump? That deep thump? That means the door isn't aligned anymore. It's not aligned with its striker, which means the front of the car, and when you open up the door, the whole door moves up just a little bit. See that? It moves up, which tells me that the front of the car is sagging, but it's not a lot. It's only a little bit, but it's enough to throw the door off, which isn't anything we didn't know. I know that the right front structure on this car is not great. That's why we have to redo it. And we will redo it, but the thing is that we got pretty good structure up front. I know the exact point where it's sagging. It's right here. I know because the part that's supposed to be there that's structural to the unibody is not. It's rusted away. It's rusted in a normal spot, right? It's in a normal spot. That's where they all rust because the front tire is kicking up crap underneath right here. So the underside right there rusts on these cars. It's just the way it is. When we go to redo it, I'm going to pour 15 the heck out of under there so we don't have to worry about it ever. So won't it affect the rear? No, not so much. The rear door is a pretty good indicator if the back is sagging, and look, that thing closes just fine. It's fine. The back of the car is not sagging, which is unreal to me. I still can't believe that it's not, because there's a lot of rust. We pulled a lot of rust out of this thing. When did the tires come off? I don't know. Luca, are we cutting today with a 10 euro super chat? Yes, we are. We're gonna drill out the back fascia pan, get that off, and hopefully get the old trunk floor out. Maybe if we have time, we'll do the frame rails. I kind of budgeted doing the back of the car today. I would ideally love to get to the I would ideally love to get the trunk pan out too, so we can inspect the rest of the frame rails and make sure that everything is honky-dory under there. When did the tires come off? Last episode we got, well, actually I think it was part 8. I put the car up on jack stands. The stands are on the front of the rear frame rails and the rear of the front frame rails. So that's like the structure of the car. It's on the strongest pieces. And it's basically picking up on, the jack stands are picking up on where the car would have been going down the assembly line, the pinholes, because they have to lift it up somehow, right? But how can you lift it up if you haven't installed all the pieces on the car? If you try to lift it up when there's no structure, similar to the problem that we're having now, but when it's going down the factory, it's not because of rust, it's because the car isn't built. Yeah, if you tried to pick it up without anything else, you're going to get sag. And this is sagging. Like I said, the front right is sagging just a little bit. All the other doors work just fine. That door is not working correctly. It's not lined up. You can see it in the panel gap right here. I don't know how well you guys can tell from the camera, but the door goes down and then it goes up. Sound is not syncing for me when I refresh. Okay? I'll be right back, 1 second. Test. Testing, testing, testing. Nice or not? There you go. Testing. Raiden, what's going on? We're good? We're good? We're good? Okay. So, yeah, I do eventually need to get the front of the car up. I'm not worried about it. We're not trying to fix anything structural up there right now. The plan that I've kind of come up with, and I think it's pretty damn good, is rebuild all the rear structure of the car as much as we can back here. So when we do get up to that point, we have a strong back of the car and a strong front of the car, and we can pick up on those points, right? And basically hold the whole thing together. So there is still some structure back here. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if it matters or not, guys, but like, I figured, rebuilding the back and making that strong because the front is already good. It's sagging, like I said, she's sagging right here. It's not sagging, like there's not much going on up front. The front is actually really nice on this car. For some reason, I don't really understand that, considering the back of the car is completely gone, right? I don't really get that, but it's okay, whatever, we'll fix it. So once again, that's not really too important to me right now. I mean, I could jack it up, we could put it on stands, and we could remove the droop as best as we can, but yeah, we'll have to figure that, we'll have to take note of that later. Why does it cost so much to put air in a tire? It's because of inflation. What happened to my hair? Re-entry, it's gone. We went through re-entry heating. It's starting to get warm up here, Squall. It's been like 27, 28 C this entire week. Summertime's starting to come, so I just got rid of it. Say my name. You're Heisenberg. You gosh dang right. Could have been under a cover at some stage. Front end first, back end got the weather. Crow, that's my guess. My guess is like this was like partially covered, like under a car park or something. Maybe. Yeah, because, yeah, I'm waiting for a surprise up there. I don't think there is. At least the frame rails are good. I know the frame rails are fine up in the front of the car. It's back here where they're not fine. So I'm going to stop talking. We got to get to work. So here's what we're going to do. This whole fascia plate needs to come off. I need to get this out. The reason why I need to get this out is because, come here, the trunk pan. So the pan comes in 3 segments, okay? There's the pan center, and then there's the extensions on the side. That's how they decided to build this car. I'm sure there was a good reason for it. Do I know what it is off the top of my head? No, nope. Where's my tape measure? So, oh my goodness. I need my tape. We need a tape measure to get this done. I want to show you guys this stuff. And I had it in my hand right before I hit the live button. So, you know, it's gone. It's in the abyss. Oh, I put it in the drawer. I don't know why I would do that, but anyway. So, the trunk pan is 58 inches wide. That's, it's almost 5 feet. Which is 150 centimeters. So it's about 1.5 meters wide. And the trunk, if we back it out, the trunk lid here is $46.5. We're not fitting a 58-inch pan in a 46-inch hole, okay? So you got to take the back off to get at that pan. Now that's a little bit involved, and we got to be careful, because I'm fairly confident that this back pan, the back fascia piece, this piece right here is the only thing that's holding the back of the car together. So what I did over the weekend is I got we have some, this is a half-inch tube stock. This is going to be used, I'm going to use it to brace this. All right, because when I go to take this out, there's going to be nothing that's holding these quarter panels in place. The quarter panel will just flop around. We don't want that. So what we'll do is I will temporarily weld this piece into position, right? We'll take measurements, we'll weld it into position, and then we can start getting at the back of the plate. I did already do a little bit of a trial run here to see what the best way to get all the crap off of this was, so we could get at the spot welds. I do have a wire wheel on an angle grinder that we can use to clean off and find the spots. See these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then all the way down and around. These are, those are the factory points where they attach this. We really got to take measurements here, and we got to document this. I do need to finish cleaning it. I just gave it a quick once over. Yeah, this, and I did try drilling a couple of spot welds down here. Just to see what the best way to do it was. I did attempt to right there. I found a good way to do it. I have a spot weld cutter. I have tungsten carbide bits. I have, yeah, between those, we should be able to get this off. Some of these spot welds are a little bit close to the edge of this, but yeah, I got to do this on the other side. We got to weld the bars in. We got to take measurements, because some of this is still pretty dang straight. This is all junk down here. I got to figure out how it connects down there. And then what we got to do after that, is down here, the rear fascia plate picks up with these brackets on the front cross member, or the rear cross member. The rear cross member, there's nothing left of that. It's just a bunch of, it looks like the Titanic down here. Yeah, we got to get all of this off. So once again, we can get that pan in here and the extensions and make sure they're in the right spots. That's a lot of work. There is some part of the rear fascia that we do need to patch as well, but we got the welder. We'll make patch panels for it and go. And then if we get that far to get this thing off, we'll start getting at the trunk pan. So I got a lot of work to do. I'm putting gloves on. We have to start cleaning this thing, and we have to inspect where all the spot welds are, and we got to take measurements, and then we got to weld the bracing in. Actually, there's no really specific order to that, but you know what? I got hearing protection, I got safety glasses, because if we're grinding this paint and this seam sealer and this stuff off, God knows what's in that. I don't want to find out by inhaling it. So yeah, I got a lot of PPE today. Dude, this is probably like lead lined for all we know. It's probably not, but I'm not taking the chance. Okay, so let's start taking some measurements and let's figure this out. There we go. Some driveway somewhere has a lot of iron oxide in it. Yeah, it's my driveway, dude. So, all right. Metal shards and soft tissue ain't cool. Yeah, Kyron. Yeah. All right, so I got a piece of paper here. I got some cardboard, and we'll draw out all the dimensions that we take here. We got to measure some things. What I really want to do is to make sure that everything is completely good here. I want to measure, end of the quarter to the end of the quarter here. We're going to take as much measurement as we possibly can here to make sure that all this stuff is still straight, or at least it is how it is when it came from the factory. I'm going to do that before we weld this brace in. Yeah. So let's take as much measurement as we possibly can and document it, because this is, it's really important that this goes back in the right spot when we get to that point. This has to get back into the right position. It's going to look weird if it's shifted to one side or shifted to the other. It's got to be dead center. So yeah, let's get to it. Let's get the tape measure out and start going. You like the Master Sergeant haircut? Thank you. All right, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get the bracer bar out of here for just a second. We're going to take some measurements. We'll take measurements here, take measurements halfway up, take measurements at the top to make sure that we understand how square this thing actually is. Okay, this metal, believe it or not, is actually okay. There's a little bit of stuff that needs to be patched up there in the corners. That's normal. That's where these things rust. But for the most part, the back tray, partial shelf, everything seems good. The glass could do with being resealed. That's probably not great, but let's go. So there is a trunk drainage thing right here. See this? This little corner piece is, where the water, so the water doesn't go in the trunk. I mean, it's a Mopar, so it went in the trunk anyway. But their attempt at making drainage was having it go down here and then drip off the back of the car when it rains. There is this connector piece right here. This one is actually okay. The other one on the other side is shot. But because we got to replace the other one, what I'm going to do is my first measurement I'm going to take is basically right at the start of this, L-shaped piece. It's going to be super important that we actually get this piece when we go to patch it on the other side, getting this piece right, because they basically put this piece in, right? The factory put that piece in first, right? And then put the fascia plate on the back and then zapped it. They burned it in to this piece. So this picks up on this sill piece right here from the back of the car. See that? You got to be careful about that. So we got to be careful that that's right. So I'm going to take a measurement from right here and then we'll write it down. We're 46. Hold on. Come on, stay put. $46 and 5/8. That's the shape of the trunk right there. So width from here to here is 46 and 5/8 inch. That's the seam for the L's right there. That is going to be an important measurement to get right. 46 and 5/8. All right, now let's just go up the center and see if this thing is actually true. Yeah, it's not. It's not true at all. That's 46 and a half, halfway up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the quarters from the factory go out a little bit, but that's okay. And now what I'll do is I'll measure it basically up at the front. But remember, the factory manual calls for quarter inch tolerance, so we're in spec. So over here is the trunk pan light button. So when this is closed, it keeps the circuit open. When it's open, it keeps the circuit closed, and it'll turn the trunk light on, which is over there. I'll measure basically at the front of this. It's 46 and a half again. Yep, back of the car is out. That's from the factory, dudes. Yeah, it's like that from the factory. Yeah, the back is out just a smidge. It's funny, this tail panel's on crooked from the factory. The tail panel is crooked from the factory. Can you believe that? It's actually, the whole car widens out just a quarter of an inch at the back, or well, an eighth of an inch, which once again, that's in spec. They did call for that. But yeah, the back of this car actually goes out. It bows out just a smidge right there and right there. That's fine. It's okay. We can fix it if you want. We can fix it. It's doable. Why don't you make notches on the car where you're measuring? We could. I'm picking up on points. I'm picking up on factory points, Luca. Everything is marked except for the halfway point. I can mark that, sure. I know where I put it because of the gunk that's still on the trunk bed. So I'll mark it right there and we'll call it a day. I know exactly where I measured it because there's caca on here. See that? I know I measured it directly in the center of the poo-poo that's still stuck there. That's what's left of the seal that's supposed to mate up against the deck lid. So it's not super precise, but it's good enough. Can you add fins? No, it's not a Cadillac. Can you add fins? Yeah, you want me to rice my 56-year-old car? No, I'm good, man. I'm good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the back. Let me just draw, we'll sketch out a quick diagram here. So this is there's the back of the car. Like, this isn't a CAD model or anything, but that looks good, right? So what I want to do is measure from here to there, where the quarter panels are basically at their widest. I'm going to use this bolt hole. We're going to measure from that bolt hole. Actually, it's widest right there. So we'll measure from the widest point. Or, you know, I could just drop the tape measure. That works too. Yeah, I'll use the center bolt hole, that's fine. It's 71 3/16 on the dot, dudes. Click Baron's link. I'm a little busy right now, dudes. Oh, what is... Give me 1 second, guys. I can't, I'm not like readily at my computer. 71 3/16. Exactly. Okay, what did you want me to see? They've added South Pacific and Mid-Pacific landing sites. Some light reading, but a positive result. Final tiered environmental assessment for SpaceX Starship super heavy vehicle. Increased cadence at Boca Chica in Cameron County. 25 launches per year from Starbase approved. Pad B regulatory signed off. Cool. Killer, man. Cool. That's awesome. Very neat. All right. I'll send it when it's space news time. Nice, nice. Cool, man. Thank you. Thank you, boys. All right. So the next thing I'm going to measure is the distance between the outside of the quarter panel and the plate. You see the plate right there? Well, what's left of it that this picks up on. See that? I'm going to measure that right here. This little gap. Once again, this is going to help us get this thing centered. I'm going to bet that this is probably off a little bit. Half inch. It's 1/2 inch. I'm writing it down here. Rear fascia distance to outside right hand quarter. 1/2 inch. And then we'll do the same over here. I'm making diagrams so I can look at this later. Making a bunch of diagrams so I can look at it later and understand where the frick everything's supposed to go. It's a pet peeve of mine when I take notes on things, to write the notes out in a way that sounds like you're reading it for the first time. Now, who wants to bet that this is out? We know that the quarter panels aren't exactly right. We know they're not true. They're not true all the way to the back. Who wants to bet that this is not a 1/2 inch? I'll measure it in the same exact spot. Yep, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's 5/8. The whole fascia panel is that way by 1/8 of an inch. Actually, it's closer to 9/16. Yeah, 9/16. Lovely. Nope, back it out. A 1/16 of an inch off is pretty friggin' good. Rear fascia distance to outside Lewis Hamilton quarter. Left hand. Nine sixteenths of an inch. Yeah. So it's interesting here, guys. Look. So we can actually kind of surmise what's going on here. We are out. So 1/2 to 5/8. We're out 1/8 of an inch on the quarters, and that transfers to a 1/16 here. See what I mean? The back of the car isn't true. It's not exact. But then again, we're not looking for perfect tolerance here. It's 1/4 inch tolerance from the factory on the whole rear of the car. Now, we'll dial it in. I'll get the damn thing centered. But a 16th of an inch, no one's going to notice. No one would know. How could they know? They'll never know. How could they know? They'll never know. How could they know? So the next thing I'm going to do is measure up here. At this top bolt hole, I will measure the distance to the top of the quarter. Right here, we'll measure that distance. I'll know. That's right. Now you can see I already kind of went at it with a flap disc just to see what the best way to clear that off is. The flap disc is not the best way because it's actually getting rid of the metal. I switched to a wire wheel and it did work. So let's measure right here. what is that? So 1/2 inch, 5/8. Yeah, it's 5/8, right? Double check me. Going right there. It's 5/8 on the dot. All right, now I'm going to do the same on the other side. Now, to be honest, guys, I've never done this, but I don't see how having this information could hurt us. That's 5/8 as well. Tail panel straight. It's straight up and down. Pretty good, man. Cool. All right. That's really good, man. That's so the whole panel is actually straight up and down. It's not doing this or this. It's just a little bit off to the right. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good considering this was hand welded together. That's how they would have done this from the factory. There would have been a dude actually going with a spot welder. That's pretty good. It's pretty straight. We're straight up and down. And we're just, it's actually a little bit that way, just a smidge. A 1/16 of an inch, if anybody wants to like know, what would that be in metric? So a 1/2 inch is 12.7, 1/4 inch is 6.35, 1/8 of an inch would be 3.14. No, yeah, we're like 2 mil, maybe. 2 millimeter to the right, like at best. It's not bad. That's actually pretty damn close. That's pretty damn straight. That's way better than factory tolerance. So that's good. We know that it's straight. The quarter panels do bow out a little bit, but that might be from the factory. That might be on purpose, dudes. Let me take a look here. No, I'd say that's okay. It's all right. I just want to make sure that my pickup points are good. Now, guys, we have points here, here. We have the deck lid points. I would take measurements from down here, but there's nothing to measure. There's nothing left. I'm not sure if it's worth our time to try and measure from this, considering it looks like the Titanic back here. There ain't much. I think those points right there are good enough to pick up on when we go to put this back in. I think we're okay. If anybody has any other ideas, like, cause pick up points there on the left and up top and the trunk rails, right? That's enough to get this thing centered up and down, left and right, and tilted. I don't think we need to pick up on much else. Because the other thing this picks up on is the trunk floor, and the trunk floor is gone. There's nothing here. There's nothing, look, there's nothing to measure off of. And even if we did want to take measurements off of this, I mean, we could for documentary purposes, but this is probably not true at all anymore because there's nothing here. It looks like the Titanic. EJ has a suggestion. You should put the stream date and time you started doing the diagram for the cardboard. So it's false, yep. You should be fine with the measurements that you took. Yeah, once again, 1/16 of an inch out. That's pretty good considering someone welded this by hand fast on the factory floor. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's interesting. Oh, look at this. Ah, I found where our tolerance is. Look. So fellas, look at this right there. Look at the hole versus the fascia plate. See that? There's your 1/16 of an inch right there. So we know that this quarter panel is this way. It's that way, just a little bit, about that much. See that? There you go. That's why our trunk reading was wrong. And don't worry, we can correct for this when we put the new one in. See that? There it is. Yeah, it's just a little bit out. Not a big deal. The hole still fits. But you can see it. You can see it over there too. See, it's not perfectly centered. So this quarter, the left quarter of this car, the whole left quarter of this car is this way. It's that way just a bit. None of these holes are exactly aligned. I didn't notice that before, but now we did. So you compare and contrast that one right there. See that? Compare and contrast that to this. Now keep in mind I haven't cleaned this up yet, but you can see that that one is pretty perfect. In fact, let me put on hearing protection and stuff, and we'll zip this away so we can actually see it nice and clean. I'm going to put my mask and glasses on, and then I'm going to put hearing protection on because the angle grinder is loud. I don't think it'll come through on the mic, but I'm going to go ahead and say not rip headphone users, just headphone users, be advised. This might get loud. Fogging up the stupid safety glasses. And by might, it's going to get loud. The angle grinder likes to make a lot of noise, dudes. So what I'm going to do, we're going to get at this with an angle grinder. This is an angle grinder, but I have the wire wheel on it. The wire wheel is designed for just removing rust and other kinds of crap. So let's get at it and see what we can see. All right, here we go. Once again, turn your volumes down. This could get loud. So what I'm trying to do here is expose the seam welds. The seam welds and the spot welds to figure out where we need to drill. Because we got to get this plate off. And Chrysler seam sealed this thing from the factory. Oh, there's some rust right there. I lost a little bit of the paper can over there, but that's all right. It looks like they didn't dress any of these welds. I mean, maybe they did a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to say. This doesn't look like it, especially right there, but. Yeah, there's a. So right here, guys, can you see that okay? Right here, let me zoom in, right there. That's a weld that wasn't dressed correctly. It wasn't sealed. So it rusted from the inside out. And you could see the panel plate started bending out because the iron oxide decided to weasel its way in there. That's what's going on right here. See, the edge of the panel is right there, right? And there's a bunch of rust in it. We have to get all that crap out. Yeah, we gotta get all that crap out. That's what happens if you don't prime your welds. Like, the other side was caked in seam sealer. So the other side came out okay. And we could see where all the dang spot welds are. Yeah, it looks like moisture was trapped. That's because it was. It got trapped in here up against that weld, and it didn't, yeah. It rusted from the inside out, which seems to be the MO for this car. Try to get as much of this crap out as I can. Once again, I'm trying to expose the spot welds. That rust is making some sparks, dudes. You gotta be careful though. You don't wanna, with this, you don't wanna stay in one spot for too long. If you do, you could warp the metal by introducing too much heat. Note that I'm moving this thing around. I'm not trying to keep it in one spot. Let's take a look. We can see some of the spot welds. Yeah, one there, one there. Where I went at this with the flap wheel kind of obfuscated some of this, but it looks like they tacked it right there too. I'm noticing, guys, that there's a tack weld right here. Do you see that? There's a tack there and there's a tack there. There is not, that is not on the other side, interestingly enough. The other side is spot welded completely, which is strange. Somebody definitely went at it with a welder. Guys, I don't know if that's factory or not. I'm going to say that it probably is, considering it looks like they did some QA here. Yeah, they definitely did some QA, for sure. Guy didn't, maybe that was to correct for the panel being misaligned. I don't know, hard to say. I don't know why you'd tack that right there. Next shift, yeah, maybe. Maybe the guy said, screw it. This is the next guy's problem on the line. It's possible. All right, let's get that down here, uncover this mess. You know what? I'm gonna get on the other side of this so this thing isn't spraying into my face. Really gonna try to get in there. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Hold on, Chetri. I believe in you. Bondo, see the smoke? Yeah, there's Bondo in there. Yeah, that shot that right at the camera lens. Yeah, that's why you wear safety glasses, right? Right, oh, hello. You okay? You good? You're good, you're fine. All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a couple of spot welds in there. Let me get the light on it so you guys can see. Look. See, there's one right there. And then they seam sealed this. And then it's spot welded 3 times to the quarter panel right here. And then spot welded right there up against the quarter. And then it bends into the rear cross member right here, or what's left of it. Oh man, that's gonna be tough to get at. But we can do it. I ain't worried. Yeah, there's a spot there, a spot there. Yeah, somebody went at this with a welder. At some point, somebody went at this. I'm not sure why. I can only assume that that's the factory. In full Shatner voice, Bondo! Forgot your safety glasses? Oh, well, that's how unfortunate, Mats. Yeah, okay. I should be able to get at that. There's the pinch weld. Hold on. Set it for you guys. I should be able to get at this. That's the pinch right there. And then looks like we're into the trunk extension right here. That's what that is. And then it picks up on the rear cross members, or well, it was supposed to pick up on the rear. Well, no. No. Doesn't look like it does. This is the pinch weld to the trunk pan down here. Okay. 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 Man, this thing is rusty, but we'll fix it. I'm not worried. I was worried when we initially did it, but upon figuring out that they actually make everything that you see factory reproduction, I wasn't too worried. It's just a lot of work. But we got time. I'm gonna clean off the back of the sill here. Let's see, or not the sill, the rear fascia. Let's see what we got working back here. Okay. The mask is coming off, chat. I should have probably washed this thing before I brought it in here, but you know, whatever. Let's take a look. Okay, not too bad. Yep. I'm trying to see if there's any rust here that's underneath the mound of dirt that's caked on this thing. Nope. No, not really. Down here is really where we gotta check the most. Oh man, there's a lot of dirt. Yeah, it looks like somebody QA'd this thing. Quality assurance or QC'd it going down the line and added some extra tacks because they didn't like, my guess is that because they figured out some dude, a quality assurance guy, basically figured out that the tail panel wasn't right, so he tried to zap it real quick, or that the spot weld wasn't good enough up there. It could have been the spots. That, believe it or not, dudes, that's the reason why little mini welders exist. Like, you can go to a store and you can get a small welder, you know, one that's like the size of a mailbox. You can get them dirt cheap. They made those for doing QA on the assembly line, believe it or not, so they could quickly tack stuff if they needed to. Like, oh man, that spot weld wasn't good enough. Let me zap that real quick. Just tack it to make sure that this seam is good. But unfortunately, tacking the stupid thing, and you know, some guy just probably zapped this, going down the line, and they didn't dress it. So it rusted. You can see where every one of these tacks are, the panel is gone. See? Every point where there's a weld, where that dude decided to tack this thing 56 years ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, gone. Panel's gone. I mean, it lasted, it worked, Pretty sure that's more than what the dude that put this together ever expected. But yeah. Yeah, see, he went at it with the tack welder. I'm not sure why. My guess is that the spot welds weren't good enough. You could see the spot welds right there. What year model is this car, Jimmy? It's a 1969 Dodge Coronet 500. It's a sedan. It's got 4 doors. It's a crew cab. Crew cab model. See, there's the spots. You guys can see them if I shine the light in a certain way. See them all down there? We got to drill all this stuff out, and then looks like he tacked right here as well. Looks like he got tacked up in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And they tried to seam seal up against this. And then we got a couple of tack welds there. There's some Bondo left over from the modifications that were made to this car. And then it's on the pinch weld of the trunk pan. Right there. All right. What we should do, I'm trying to make sure that we can find all the spot welds that hold this thing in position. I think I got most of them. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. We got them around the edge. Now I'm kind of wondering where they are up here. So we're going to have to get at this at the top here. Because it looks like they spotted it to the sill right there. We got to grind the paint off, and we got to figure out where it is. I think there's a spot weld right there. I think there's one right there. Maybe 2 more right there, and maybe one behind that factory marking. I don't know what that marking is. Probably a QC stamp if I had to guess. Anybody know what that is? I'll zoom in on it so you guys can see it. Hey, Bree.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. We were just coming to say hi.
Hi, Tatum.
Tatum. We were out, so we thought we'd come say hi. Unless you want to hang out.
I'm grinding metal and stuff in here.
No,
Bad idea.
Not good. How you doing, Taito?
Tata Boogies. Tata Boogies. Hi. Hello. Mwah. Little kisses. That's a good boy.
My hands are dirty. I don't want to touch them. Chad says hi.
Hi. All right, we're going back to work then.
Okay.
Do you not know how the garage door works?
Okay, back to work. So, yeah, anybody can figure out what that is. I'm going to assume that that's a quality assurance mark. But yeah, we're going to have to grind it off. We're going to have to grind all that. We got to figure out where our spots are. There should only be spot welds. Here, let me get you guys a little bit up in the air so you can see it. There should only be spot welds here and here because this plate that they picked up on goes around, and I can feel that it goes to about here. So yeah, there also might be some behind this. Okay, we're gonna have to get all up in here, grind all this out. So let me get my safety equipment back on. Is the grinder loud, dudes, or is it not too bad? It's not too bad, Yard? Cool. Thanks, man. It's fine? All right, sweet. So we probably gonna zap from about here to here. Once again, I think that's a QC mark. I think. I don't know for sure. Quality assurance. You know, kind of signifying that this panel is straight enough, you know? All right. Yeah, once again, who knows what this paint is, so I'm putting the mask back on. And also, there's all kinds of rust and everything anywhere, so, you know. I don't want to hit this. All right, here we go. Ready? Yep, there's one. Oh, there's three. Found three right there. Kind of go slow, go back and forth, take your time. Again, you don't want to hold this thing in one spot. Man, I'm gonna have to start putting like camera protection behind this. Who knows what the heck got on that lens. All right, so we have 1, 2, here, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And the end of this drip rail pan is right here. It's right there. So you can see that this is, it's all handmade, dudes. There's no precision to any of these marks. See what I mean? They're just build it quick, make it fast. Okay, there it is. We got the marks all, I think we got all the marks, all the spots on this side of the car, at least for this area here. I got all the way down to there, and then we know there's the underside. So what we got to do is go over here and do the same thing. I got most of them, but we, once again, got to still get at this side here. That's the other reason we got to pull this out, because this isn't draining right, guys. And it's this right here is probably the reason why that happened. Water leaked down in there and it pooled in the corner. So let's get at it. Ready? See if we can find the 4 spot welds. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a better angle here. What the heck is this? What is that? What? Huh. Why is the metal so scary right here? Seriously though, what the hell is that? Why is it so wavy? What is the plan? I'm gonna repair the back panel, dude. It's pretty good. It's got one bad spot of rust. Guys, I don't know what that is. I don't know why this metal is all wavy like that. You guys seeing that? What the hell is that about? I can't even see the spot welds. Where's the end of this thing? Right here. One. Well, there's what's left of another one. I can see one spot weld there, and then there's another one right there.
So Windows decided to restart my computer. Thanks for that. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Am I back? Am I back? I know it's delayed. I got to restart it. Light delay. I'll just restart OBS real quick, dude. Still bad. It's still desynced, guys, I can tell. Sound is off. Mats, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, Tessa, it looks like somebody soldered some lead on there. I don't know why you'd do that either, but hey, whatever. Yeah, that is the reason why I have a mask on. I'm usually kind of like, you know, it's fine. You're in a well-ventilated area. I mean, honestly, you should probably have a respirator, but the N95 will do just fine. All right, let me restart OBS all out here one more time and then we'll go. There we go. Much better. Much better.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat throttle ups. All right. Okay. Let's keep going. I'll switch this back over to the other camera. Yeah, I know that leading is something that they did. The quarter panel seam here is leaded, no doubt. I just don't really understand what you're leading here. What are you leading there? It's definitely lead. I just don't understand what you're leading. There's no seam here. The seam is right there. And maybe they just leaded the entire seam and called it a day. That's what they used for seam sealer from the factory back in the day. They used frickin' lead. Hang on, just making sure we're all clean here. I don't know why, but they did. Well, I do know why. It's because they didn't have Bondo. Damage? Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say, dudes. Like, it's an awful weird spot for leading. Like, I know that there's leading in the quarter panels, and we're not getting near it at all. Like, there's leading up there. So you can't see it, but there's a seam right there. And lead fills this seam right here. And it's all smoothed over, so you can't tell, but there's definitely a lead seam there. I just don't know why you'd do it here. Somebody, and once again, that was under the paint, so it's from the factory, because I don't see any signs of I was going to say I don't see any signs of respray, but the old trunk seam has overspray on it. Camera loss of signal. Really? Okay. It never ends, mate. Should be back now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we lost signal on the front camera. A wire came unplugged, dudes. I gotta gaff tape it. It came unplugged because it's stuck on the angle grinder. All right, we're good. Once again, I know there's leading up at the quarter. I was gonna say there's definitely overspray on the gasket. I don't think they would have sprayed the car with the gasket in there, so who knows? Maybe it was trying to seal this up. But once again, I don't really have good eyes on spot welds here. There's two. I can see one right there and one right there. And this piece ends right here. So it looks like there's two here and there's four on the other side, which is strange, dude. Once again, it's imprecise because it's just a dude stamping it from the factory, guys. Like this was not done by a machine at the time. It is nowadays, not back then. Let's finish getting over here. Hey, Flykin, let's finish getting over here, see what we can see. There should be 4 spot welds here, just like the other side. I see 2. I see one there and one there. What the hell? Maybe one over there. It's hard to see because of the rust. Let me get at this again. No, just two. One there and one there. There's just a bunch of pitting, and it looks like somebody tacked it again. Somebody went at this thing with a tack welder and lead. I don't get that. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're trying to do here. This is beyond my knowledge. Yeah, it's definitely lead. This is gonna suck taking off. There's a bunch of rust underneath there. Yeah, there's 4 spot welds total on this side, and there's 8 spot welds total on the other side. What the hell's going on here, man? All right, well, we got that figured out. Let's get at the rest of this. I'll give this a once over. Now, see, another thing is that this side I noticed is fine. If you look at this side, the rim of the panel is okay, because I found a ton of seam sealer on this side, and I did not find any tack welds over here, maybe except like a little bit down there. All right, let's once over this again. Just trying to give us the best chance that we could possibly get here with this by getting all the crap out of it. Let me lower you guys down. You guys got a good view? Hang on, I'm just trying to get you guys a light. Need a light. There. All right, let's, so I got a spot there. Got a couple spots there. You just got to see how many are down here. There's a mountain of Bondo right here, but that isn't anything we didn't know. Stop it! Stop doing that. Lead fill is common. There's nothing. It's not filling anything. God, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just on flat space. Gotta get over there. What's left of the tacks are over here. T-spot, or not the tacks, the spot welds. There's a couple of them there. That's going to be hard to repair that on the quarter. We're probably going to need a replacement. It's all right. We can do it. All right. Well, I think we got all of them. We got all of them around the top, dudes. I'm going to put down the grinder for a second. I'll see what you guys are up to. Yeah, that's, yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing, belt fed, yeah. Just gonna get at this with the vacuum real quick, guys. As much as I like inhaling lead. And don't worry, I got the garage door open with a fan that's pulling fumes out of here. Because yeah, I don't screw around with lead. Unless it's coming out of a gun. In which case, the lead's going away from me. Good enough. All right. So yeah, we're trying to take that whole rear fascia plate off. Not trying, we're going to. And doing that is, to do that, you got to expose all the spot welds. Here, I'm just moving the cables around, dudes. And I think we got all of them around the top on either side. The deck lid's flapping around, yeah. Can a frame be repaired? I always thought if the frame was compromised, the car was finished. The frame rails can be repaired, yeah, of course. As long as you build enough structure back into them, anything can be repaired on these cars, dude. The reason why people don't bother with frame rails is that there's a possibility that the car wouldn't be true anymore. Like, if the frame rail's rusty, they could sag. This doesn't have sagging frame rails. Believe it or not, despite all the rust that's on this thing, the frame is still straight. I have no idea how that's going on. I really don't know. My only guess is that it's because the rear pan and the footwells did not rust for whatever reason, because I think somebody undercoated them. I mean, the whole car is caked in undercoating. This thing rusted from the inside out, believe it or not. Yeah, interestingly enough. All right, well, we got to start drilling spot welds, and I have just the tool to do that. We have spot weld bit. So what this thing does is you pick up on this, and that needle, that little needle, can actually move, and it only pushes down so far, so you only grind this, you get the spot weld out. Like, this thing actually moves if you press it up against something. It can move in and out, and it makes it so the bit won't drill all the way through. It'll only bottom out. So what we have to start doing is drilling out all these spot welds. So I think we'll start on this side. We have all of our measurements, and yeah, let's start trying to get this back fascia off. See what happens. There's really no good spot to put this. Now, actually, before we do this, we should weld in a bracer plate before we go any further. That's what I should do. We want to make sure that we don't lose the quote-unquote straightness of the back of the car. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna weld in a bar that goes from here to here. I'm gonna weld it in there, I'm gonna weld it in there. We'll tack it into place. So when we pull the rear fascia off, we're getting rid of all the structure back there. This thing is the only thing holding the back of the car together at this point. If the car was fully there, right, we wouldn't have to worry about it probably as much, but it's not. Yeah, we're still straight. Like, this doesn't flop around at all. It's still, like I said, believe it or not, this thing still is structurally sound, and I have no idea why. Well, not why. It's more I can't believe it than anything. So yeah, we're gonna make sure that this is all true. I'm going to zap in a crossbar right here to make sure that that stays straight. Now, the only thing I'm kind of thinking about, guys, is yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I have the measurements for tacking this up. What might be a good idea, because with the bar there, it's going to be hard to get the trunk pin. Ow. What the hell? Oh, had a piece of cheek poker in my pants. What might be a good idea, I'm thinking, how would we brace this? Because we're going to cut the trunk floor out, dudes. With the rear fascia out and the trunk floor out, I mean, the trunk isn't connected to the quarters anyway. The rear wheelhouses might be enough. Because my trunk, windows noises, my trunk, the deck lid mounts are still intact and they're still good, and the C-pillar is still good. And then the rear seat back triangulation is still good. That might be enough. In fact, I think it actually is. And what's left of the wheelhouses are still relatively intact. We're going to have to replace those at some point, or at least patch them up. There's an order of operations issue. The rear valance will be the first replacement. The other option is stands reinforcement, like what Hot Rod did. How are we going to reinforce the quarters, Hellfish? It is poking a cheek. That's right. That's correct. How are we going to reinforce those quarters, dude? There's no way to do that with the rear fascia out. There's no way to reinforce it, especially if the trunk pan's gone. If we were just going to if the trunk pan was fine and we were just pulling the rear fascia off to fix it, I'd brace it to the pan. But we're not. We got to cut that out, which gives me a chicken and egg scenario here. Like, once again, my original idea was to go left to right here, and that gets us good left to right, right? But that doesn't get us good up and down. When we take this off, the whole back of the car is probably going to sag a little bit. We should probably brace the frame rails too, or what's left of them, with some bar stock or something. And yeah, that's what we should do. No matter. I came prepared. It's just going to be hard to kind of get in here with a bar going across it. Let's take a look. I'm just peeking around here. Give me one sec. We're gonna need to brace this. Well, like I said, she's still it's pretty damn structural. It's pretty straight, except for that one hole in the left frame rail, but I can patch that up. The frame rails aren't structurally compromised except at the back here where they mount up to the rear cross member, but that's just the flange. That's easily fixable. Actually, the parts of the frame rails are actually pretty good where they bolt to the cross member. I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. All right. We've hit the thinking phase. We've hit it pretty early. That's not great. Not great, but it's okay. We'll get there. Balls. Remove the rear cross member and reinforce there until the replacement comes in. Without hair, the thinking cap has better reception. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. We can communicate unfettered. It's great. Unfettered. Yeah, bracing it left to right is probably the right idea. But that, once again, that doesn't get us up and down bracing, which I'm still like, oof. And yeah, that's what I got these bars for here too, on a side note. These bars are here, the strong, actually I originally bought these to fix the racing rig, but this is really thick structural stuff with holes in it. So the holes in it make it easier to plug weld to something. I really would like to try to do this without dropping the suspension, but we might have to. First thing I can do is probably cut these bars to the right spec. Actually, we could pick up on the rear leaf spring mount. Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, pick up on the rear leaf spring mount. Or at least put it right underneath the frame rail, or right underneath the rear leaf spring rail, because the exhaust is underneath the frame rails. The leaf spring rail is structural. It holds the car up, at least out back. Trying to see if there's another spot where we could get at this thing. I would ideally like to do this with the leaf spring out, without taking the leaf spring out. Yeah, just brace it up against the floor. Then I won't have to worry about the frame rails sagging at all. Not that I think they would, but this makes us pretty absolutely sure. So let's take some measurements. Let's get the angle grinder. Let's get the cutting wheel out. You need a ventilated welding helmet to weld galvanized. That could kill you. Oh, boy, more safety, please. Lovely. All right, fine. We won't use those. I have other metal. I don't think this is galvanized, but whatever. Are these galvanized? You do want it. Any zinc coating is bad. Okay, cool. Glad to know that I'm just talking to myself and you guys are talking about safety. I appreciate it. Yes, let's make sure we're adding 3 safeties per safety. Okay, cool. I'll just keep talking to myself over here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. Nobody has anything to add on the structural front. Lovely. All right. Sweet. Cool. I'm just going to keep doing my thing then. I have more bracing. We can use the straight steel if you want. This should be strong enough. I'm just worried about it kind of moving one way or the other. I need to see something real quick. I need to check something. Give me one moment. That camera deciding to work today or no? No? Yeah, of course not. Let's see. This is Junker Up. This is the Junker Up YouTube channel. This is Chris Birdsong. He's pretty much, in the General Mayhem vids, he's pretty much doing exactly what we got to do. I'm just trying to see where he braced it, if at all. Let me back it up. This is a 68 Charger, but it's the same. It's the same as ours. Just want to see. Oh man, there's so much structure removed from that damn thing. Come on, Chris, give me a shot of the back. Yeah, see? He's not braced on anything. Interesting. And he has the fascia cut out. What the heck? Wait a minute. There's a seam right there. Oh. Huh. Now I'm wondering if there's a seam on ours. Hold on one second. No. Ours is one piece. It seems like on the Charger this is it's a two-piece thing. Ours goes all the way down. I don't see any seams here. It doesn't look like it's spotted to anything. How's the rear cross member in his video? Hold on. Yeah, see, his rear cross member is still there. Yeah, see, we don't have this piece. See that piece? That piece is gone. Yep. We need to brace left, right on the quarters as best as we can. But he did it, see, he did it with no bracing. Interesting. We need something to structurally replace the rear cross member before we put the rear cross member back in. Man, that thing's out with no wheelhouses and the quarters on. Now, let me look at the quarters themselves. See, because look, the Charger's using it has a two-piece rear fascia. See, there's spot welds right there. See the holes? Could you tax and bar to make a temporary cross member? Of course I can. He's using jack stands in basically the same spots. Yep. Yeah, his stands are in the same spots. That's where I got my idea to put them. To put them there. Okay. Okay. We got to brace downwards to the floor, and we got to brace left-right. The problem is bracing left-right is going to suck. How straight the car end up? His car? Better than factory. Birdsong's amazing, dude. Cut out the trunk pan, then reinforce, then remove, then replace valance and rear cross member. Well, Hellfish, where I'm at, dude, is here's what I'm thinking. All right, you guys tell me. Well, I mean, yeah, we could go for the trunk now if you really wanted to. What we could do is, I mean, you're right. We could go at the trunk, cut the trunk out, right? Get those frame rails aligned, get them braced, then remove the rear fascia. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, that's probably what we should do. Yeah, we should, we got all the spots ready to go to pull this thing, but we shouldn't pull it. We'll get the trunk out, reinforce the frame rails. I mean, I'll cut it out in segments. It's not a big deal. At least I'll cut out a hole enough to get me in there. And what we can do is there's still some of the trunk that's there. I'll leave some spots so we still get some triangulation there. And then we'll figure out where to reinforce everything, dude. I think that's the right idea. You'll also get a really good look at that rear frame rail. Do you have a plasma cutter? We're going to have to do it with a cutting wheel, dude. Do you have a ventilator out? Is it hot in here? I have the fan going. I'm ventilated this whole time, dudes. My brother in Christ just tried doing it. Nothing can go catastrophically wrong. It's good to have a plan of attack, dude. Yeah. I mean, look, it's really just about making less work for me later. Because if we have this dimension stored in memory, so to speak, with a bar, right, it'll be easier to put this all back together. Like it'll be way easier to put it all back together. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to do what I wanted to do for now. Here, let me move the camera into position. And let's get to welding. I got to actually get the welder out. Haven't had it out in a little while since we did the exhaust streams. Let me get my mask back on. Some safety glasses. Okay, I gotta clean off the trunk edge rails here. Gotta get to some bare metal. There's a spot weld there. Oh, there's a spot weld from the drip rail. Okay, that's good to know. There's actually, hold on. Is there another one? There's two of them? Yep, there's two small ones right there, no problem. Okay, we got the bare metal over there. Let's get the bare metal right here. Don't worry, it's just getting the rubber out. right, that should give me good enough metal. I have a MIG welder, dudes, a Lincoln 180i with gas. So, yeah, we're gonna gas shield this. Man, I just got a lot of metal into my belly. All right, cool. Let's weld our first piece of bracing in. I actually haven't hooked up the gas yet on the welder, so that's what we're gonna do now. I'm using 8525 if anybody cares. That's brake fluid. I have a little baby bottle, but it's my baby bottle, so it's fine. This is the cover to make sure that that thing doesn't get broken, the valve. This is the regulator. Actually, I mean, it's not really a regulator, it's just a valve again. So we take this sucker. I don't know why I still have my mask on, but it's all right. Got to get the welding. I have to get the welding mask out here in a second. Huh. 1 inch isn't big enough, huh? It's 1 1/8 inches. Give me 1 sec. Did you pull out the engine? No. Why would I pull the engine out? This is not the right way to do this, but it'll work. There we go. Okay. Just channel lock that thing into position. Is that a mouse trap? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If you had flex core, you could weld the galvanized just fine with a fan blowing on you. I have a flex core welder too. I have one, it's somewhere. I don't feel like getting it out. We're good though, Dean. Calm your butt cheeks. Let's open. Okay, we got gas. Just make sure this all still works, right? There's a leak somewhere. I can hear it. Maybe Teflon tape this thing. I have PTFE. Yeah, let's get some thread locker on there. Yeah, it's a little babby tank, dude. JB Weld sounds like a great product. Yeah, just drop it. It's fine. You're wondering what parts were starting to degrade on Starliner's thrusters, the PTFE seals. Same stuff, believe it or not. The Teflon seal, it's the same thing. That's PTFE. That's where Starliner's thrusters did an oopsie doopsie. They started melting the PTFE seal. For anybody that cares. Yeah, just strip it. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Okay, cool. We're gonna leak this time. Sorry, needed to figure out which direction to turn it. There we go. Tighten that up. No leaky. Excellent. Okay, we're in business. Got to plug it in. That would probably be useful. Yeah, plugging it in would probably help us. Trying to find an extension cord. Is this your vehicle? This is mine, Mason. Yep, this is my 69 Coronet 500 sedan. It's a crew cab. Got 4 doors. It's crew cab, not a coupe. It's crew cab. Okay. Hey, Ultra. You doing some car restoration? Yep. It's a beautiful color. There's not much color left, but yeah, it's B3 blue from the factory. What I'm doing now is I got to brace up the back of this thing, Ultra, because it looks like the Titanic in there. We got to fix that. What I'm trying to do is get the back of the car off. I'm going to pretty much cut the back of this car completely out. The rear panel, we got to pull it. We got to pull it so I can get a trunk pan in there because, yeah, it's got a, you guys can't see it, but here, listen to this. Hear that? That's not the sound the car should be making. If the car is making this noise, that crunchy noise, yeah, something's wrong. So, I've figured out where all the spot welds are, and we're really ready to pull this. So what I got to do is I got to brace this. I got to start bracing the frame. We took a bunch of measurements all around here, distances on the, like width of the trunk, distances the panel to the quarter. Like see how there's a little lip right there? We took all those measurements, right? It wasn't much. It was just enough to locate this. And we actually figured out that from the factory, this quarter panel is actually that way a little bit by about 1/16 of an inch. 1.6 mil out on the left side, which is fine. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, that's really not a big deal at all. So what I got to do is I got to pull this so I can replace the trunk pan. The width here is only 46 inches. The trunk pan is 58 inches wide at its widest. So we're not getting it in that way. And I don't want to try to like wedge it in sideways because you bend it and then it's useless. Well, not useless, but yeah, it's not very cash money. So we got to pull this out, but I got to put some bracing in here to make sure that my quarter panel stay within 1.5 mil tolerance of each other. So I got my welder out. We're going to zap a bracer bar right here and right here. I'm just going to tack it. I'm just going to tack it in. We're not going to weld it too hard, right? And yeah, we need to basically start reinforcing the back of this because whatever structure is left in this thing, we're cutting out. Hang on one second, guys. I got a phone call. I think my niece is calling me. You're on stream. What's up?
What did you do to your head?
What did I do to my head? It's gone. My hair ablated off. It was re-entry.
Fantastic. I just wanted to tell you that
You're on stream, remember.
Can I say nephew?
Yeah.
Your nephew has your hairline.
My nephew has my hairline. There ain't much hairline left up there.
I know he lost it all.
Oh.
Also, almost 11 pounds.
The chunker. The chunker.
That's unheard of. That's like 90th percentile.
Yeah. He's 11 pounds. He's a new. My sister just had a kid, guys. I told you guys about this. Kid's 11 pounds. It's gonna be 2 meters tall. 6'4", 6'5". Kid's gonna be a beast.
Yeah. Oh, so sorry. Yeah, I wanted to let you know he's taking after you.
That's what I like to hear. And bald.
And bald.
Yeah, it's great. That's great. Lovely. Yeah, he does. His hair fell out. That's very strange. I gave myself this haircut because of solidarity
For who?
with my nephew. Solidarity. So his hair fell out, so I had to, I had to match.
Well, solidarity, you would just have to shave the top, leave the sides.
I'm not doing that.
You can look like a monk.
I already do.
There you go. Anyways,
All right. I got to get back to work. I'm rebuilding the Titanic over here.
oh, I hope it doesn't sink.
It is a boat, though.
Just don't go out on April 10th. That's when the Titanic sets sail.
Yeah, I won't. You could say that that's a day of chaos.
It for sure is.
That's her birthday. It's my sister's birthday. It's a day of chaos. Yeah, the Titanic sank. Yeah, it's a sign.
Yeah? Greatness.
Or not.
Yeah. Anyways.
All right.
Hey, love you, baby brother.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, bye.
Okay. I'm gonna love you too. So that was my sister, and my niece and nephew like to talk to me sometimes. So, it runs in the family. Okay. All right, let's get back to doing this, shall we? All right, I got to plug the welder in. Okay, welder's in. All right, let's see if your boy remembers how to do this. Are you the cool uncle? Yeah, of course I am. Once you replace the trunk pan, will its replacement have an anti-rust coating? So, yeah, the panels come with an EDF coating on them, Mason. So, yeah, it'll be protected, except for the parts that I have to weld. You got to grind the EDF off. It's called an EDF coating. Electronic doofus filament coating. How's the rust on the undercarriage? Yeah. It's there. It has that. Alter, a good amount of this car needs to be rebuilt. I'm doing this, one, because it's cool to show on stream. Two, because I've never done it. I want to do it. I thought it would be cool streaming content. That's something different. This is like playing a building video game on the ultimate difficulty, dude. Audrey, ever seen the Flintstones? You know, where their feet are going through the floor of the car? Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Just, yeah. You like this type of content? Right on, man. That's cool. Let's freaking tell your friends, dude. I want to do this. Let's do this. Let's do it right. I want to get the word out. This is cool stuff. It's fun. It's like playing a good puzzle game, to be honest with you. It's a good puzzle game. This is like you need some pretty unique solutions to undo the assembly line work from a car, which is cool. I think that's fun. So, yeah. Tell people about it. It's cool. This is a good time. I really enjoy doing this stuff. It's what we did in Kerbal, but in real life. I'm a Kerbal player. That's how I got big doing this, dude, doing KSP. All right, so there we go. Let's put that there, switch back to this camera right here. And let's put our bracer bar in. See, I don't want this moving if we get rid of this, so this is going to temporarily replace that. Let me get my grounding strap out here. Just remember how to freaking do this. I haven't done this in forever. There we go. That's fine. Just as long as it's touching bare metal, the electrons will run through there. All right, so I do not want, that's not thick. This is not thick steel right here. The tack that I put in there for this bracing, I do not want that to move a lot. I don't want to hit this with a lot of voltage. It'll blow right through it. We also got to be careful because there's the spot welds right there, so we got to move it up there. Actually, we're not drilling the spot welds on that side. We're only going to drill them out on the other side. I probably need a little bit more ground off there. So let me get the grinding wheel. I'm going to grind with the welding mask on here. I just got to get at a little more of this. Good enough. Yeah, there's still a little bit of paint there. Hold on. Let me just make sure we got up on the other side. I'm doing the same thing to the other side, dudes. Cool. Holding my breath. All right, cool. Now we got plenty of space. And this bar just happens to be the exact right length. What I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the distance between the seam and the bar. Let's put it 4 inches north. About 100 millimeter north of that, and we'll zap it in over there. Let me just make sure it's good on the other side. Now that I adjusted that, make sure we're good over here. All right. So we don't want a lot of power going through this. I'm going to set this thing to really low voltage and not high wire speed. So set wire speed 4, set voltage to option B. Let's flip this bad boy on. There we go. She hasn't been fired up in a little bit. Okay, we have it set to wire. Let me make sure my gas is on. Gas is on. Now, on the edge here, let's just listen. Yep, I was just gonna say, hit this a little bit, make sure gas is coming out, and it absolutely is. I heard the noise, I don't know if you guys did. But, all right, cool. EDP is what it's called, thank you. Yeah, I totally forgot the name. Electronically deposited primer, that's what it is, thank you. Yeah, Mason, it's all rust prevented. Ow, that was in my finger. You know, that's good. Okay, so we're just gonna zap a tack in here real quick. I should put gloves on. We don't want to get a welder's tan here. Let me get my welding gloves out. I got to remember all the stuff that you have to do this right. I mean, we're not going to go crazy with the welder here. It's just a couple of tack welds, but if there's any sparks, those hit your arm, you're going to know. It doesn't hurt, but you're going to know. All right, so got my gloves on, got my jacket on, welding mask down. Ready? Just a little tack. Good. That's it. That's all. Done. Let's go over here, do the same thing over there. The other thing that I'm going to do real quick is just take some measurements again. Make sure that thing's zapped in at 4 inches. Yep. And now make sure that this one is still 4 inches. Sometimes stuff moves. Yeah, it moved a little bit, but we're good. Okay. Now, again, safety squints, chat. There you go. She's burned in. That's not going anywhere. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure one more time. Just make sure that we're right. And when we're done, when I remove this, ultimately, we can just hammer this off and then sand it down. Yep, that's 4 inches. So that's part of the car. Now, I'm going to get at it on the back side. I'm going to tack it on both sides just in case the chassis does flex. I want it on both sides, so. Cool. I'm going to lower my wire speed just a smidge. Remember, cross bracing is for winners. It's not going nowhere. All right, excellent. Okay, shut the welder off for a second. Take the grounding strap off. And just because I'm paranoid, close up the gas. Last time I forgot to close this and I left it open all night and then I lost an entire tank of gas. All right, cool. So now that's welded in. That's not going anywhere. And because I was using low voltage and a low feed, we didn't burn through, which is good. If you want to see my crappy tacks, there you go. It's not a lot, it's just enough to zap it in there. And that's what it basically looks like on the other side. Why is this welded here? Because when we get this rear plate off, dude, there's going to be nothing that's holding the quarter panels true to each other. We got to hold them true. I can't brace it to the trunk pan because the whole reason we're pulling this out, chicken, is because we're going to get the trunk pan in. Okay, cool. That's zapped in. She's good to go. Where else should we brace? Now you look like you're cooking. Nice. Need some cross braces, you think? We could. I was really just worried about this thing going left to right, but we could triangulate it to an extent if you want. I could put a bar here and then another one over there. You guys want to diagonalize this thing? We can do that. I'm going to have to cut some of the bracing. We could go, I think this is a 4-foot tube. Yeah, so we could go 24, cut this thing in half, zap 24 to there, and then zap 24 over there. I'm not sure. Yeah, need to add across to keep the angle of the dangle. Actually, what we could do, we could go Louis Panhard style and just zap that like that. That'll keep it. That'll keep it in place. I like the idea of cutting this. I'm going to cut it at 24, and then we could do that. See that right there? We could go from here to basically where the structure is up there, by where the deck lid mount is. So we'll measure in a certain distance here, right? Let's measure, well, we'll measure 24 on this. Hold on. I don't like the angle of that dangle. No, it's not good. Ideally it would have been good to cross it like that, but yeah, I'll go from here. That's good. That's fine. We'll do one there. We'll do one there. Yeah, this won't move. All right, cool. I got to slice this. Let me go put it in the vise. I'm just going to cut this. I'm going to cut this directly in half. Now, the real question is, dudes, what would be quicker in cutting this? My grinding wheel, I only have one. I should have more. You should have 2 or 3 if you're going to do all this work. One should have a cutting wheel on it. The other one should have a flap disc, etc., etc. I have a hacksaw. This is only 1/2-inch tube. What would be quicker? Changing out the grinding wheel? Should we change out the grinding wheel, or should I just hack it? I'm kind of thinking hack it would be a good idea, because I don't feel like changing the stupid grinding wheel. That's such a pain in the butt, dudes. Using the hacksaw would be faster? All right, cool. So I'm gonna get you guys over here. You look at my damn tool bench right here. I need more cameras. So I need like just a dedicated camera over there. But you're looking at the vise. Let me get my marker.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I can see some holes in the boot. How's it going with the restoration? You can see some holes in the boot? Yeah, it's getting there, dude. Yeah, the boot lid is, the boot lid's good. The rest of it, though, seen better days. All right. So I'm gonna go down here. This is a gas tank. I'm gonna move my gas tank just over here. Mark 24. Here we go. Let me get the hacksaw out. It's up on my pegboard here. It's up on my damn old pegboard. I mean, the cutting wheel would zip through this real quick, but I also have a... Oh, it's got a hacksaw blade on it. Excuse me. Safety glasses. You're gonna need safety glasses. Let me get the safety glasses real quick. Is that a Tonka trunk on the workbench? It is. Yeah, crane. Tonka crane, dude. My parents were down here over the weekend. We found that in my backyard. So that's not the only thing we're going to be restoring. I got to find some parts for that thing, but yep. What motor is that? Can you see? It's a 327 small block Chev. I actually just scored a tri-power intake manifold for it. For anybody that cares. You guys probably find that cool. All right. Okay. Here we go. Why do I suck at doing vise work so much? Probably put it closer to the vise so you know you don't have to worry about it moving. Nice. Okay, so let's measure the deck lid button right here. See that? Let's put the brace right before that, and then we'll angle it where our hypotenuse in this triangle is 24 inches. Right, we'll angle it as far as we can. Now, there's no deck lid buzzer over there, so I got to measure. We got to get the tape measure out again. Can I put the tape measure down in the same spot every time, please? Because this is redonkulous. Yeah, I forgot I had the reciprocating saw. But I left the reciprocating saw next to the hacksaw, which means there was a method to the madness there. And I knocked over one of the pegs on the pegboard. There goes the other one. Cool, just knock everything over, man. Freaking bull in a china shop, dude. Holy cow. 18 inches. So we're gonna need to clean up here. Let me get my mask back on, dudes. Tacks look pretty good. Thanks, man. Okay. All right. So let's get up here. Clean the metal off, and then we'll go and do that on the other side. Measure 18 inches up. Yep. Okay. Let's put these in the positions that we want. Let's make sure the angles are right. Hang on, this is not reading correctly. I have to re-zero this. This is a protractor. See, it's going to tell you what angle you have here. Okay, that's set to 50, and then we just get the reciprocal here. Reciprocal. Jeez, what's happening to me? Cool. We got audio desync. Doesn't look like you got desync to me. Wait, how can you tell? I have a mask on. Real bad? Huh. Really? Okay, give me 1 sec. Dude, I can see it. What the hell? Oh, man. Are you sure? Okay. Better? Yeah. This computer's struggling, guys. We might need to get a new shop computer. All right, let's get back to work. Excuse me, one racing roll cage. I was thinking maybe put another one up there. The more, I mean, I'm kind of, at this point, I don't think I bought enough bracing, but I bought out the entire damn stock. But doing this like this will make sure that the metal isn't tensioned at all. You don't need another cross brace, do you? Yeah, I'm just worried about this putting torsion on that bracket, dude. That's all. Unless we want to angle cut that and do it nice, but why clamp it? That's just introducing tension. It was just there to hold it in place, dude, but we can, you know what? I'll save this bracing for later and we'll just keep those angled. We'll just measure the angle and we'll weld it like that. It's fine. Okay, that's good. All right. We just got to zap it. It's not that big of a deal. Zap it. Actually, you know what? If we put this at a 45, trying to set this at a 45-degree angle. Nah. All right, let's just, that's fine. That's 50. We know that's 50 off the top. Okay, let's get the welder back out. Reattach our super cool, super grounding thing. Flip the welder on. Gas on. System is primed and pressurized, Captain. Okay, make sure the gas is coming out of this. It absolutely is. Okay, ready? I need my gloves. There's always a frickin' procedure to everything. Okay, safety squints. That's not going anywhere. Okay, zapping the other side in. Okay. Frank zapping the end. Okay, cool. Now we know for a fact that those dimensions are not going, they're not changing. That is the car. We welded that to the car. It's not moving. It ain't going nowhere. Turn the gas off. Gas is off. Regulator pressure is purged. Und wir gut. Cool. Now we know. This is perfectly square, perfectly aligned. That's not going anywhere. Is that a welding jacket? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a nice welding jacket, too. My in-laws got it for me. Turns out when your in-laws are from Detroit, they like mechanical things and industrial things pertaining to automobiles. It's really weird. It's really strange. Actually, this car, oh, tack failed. Turn the welder back on. Turn the welder back on. We have a failure of the tack. Didn't like it. Got to get at it again. Give it more voltage. We didn't get a good pen. Is that one okay? That one's good. All right. I'm just going to I'm going to up the voltage on the welder a little bit. And rarest, yeah, you're not going to ground, dude, unless you wear like aluminumized gloves. You ain't grounding out, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's not happening. The reason why is because the electricity, path of least resistance and stuff. And the metal has a lot less resistance than you and I. If you are the path of least resistance, the electricity will try to make friends with you. Usually that doesn't end well. Okay. Safety squints, chat. Cool. We're good. There you go. She ain't going nowhere now. Sick. I'm actually pretty damn happy with that. Cool. This ain't moving. See, now we know this is not going anywhere. But once again, see, we don't have any, if you try to go forward, back, or left to right, it's not going anywhere. But see how we're going up and down? See how I can move that just slightly up and down? That's what I'm worried about now. Now we got to figure out how to brace it up and down. But the thing that we would brace it to, need a cough drop. The thing that we would brace it to, the trunk floor, we're going to be pulling out. That's kind of a problem. This is the conundrum that I was running into a little bit earlier. Fair enough, you just don't know. Yeah, no, I get you, man, I get you. Welding is one of those things where it's like, I don't know, for me when I first did it, dude, I was super worried, like, okay, Rares, do you remember the first time you shot a gun? You're like, okay, I'm doing the thing now. You're like, okay, I got this. And then you let it fly and you're like, okay, this isn't too bad. Same deal. Welding's the same idea. Bad idea. Brace it to the raised trunk cover. That moves, dude. I wouldn't do that. That's, I mean, just this thing has a lot of movement. It's sprung, so I don't think that's a good idea. I like where your mind's at though. Like if we could make a lattice, we freaking triangulate the lattice up and then to the sides. That's definitely a good idea. I actually don't think I have enough bracing for that. We're gonna need more. I'm not gonna, but the trunk's on a torsion spring. You don't want to try and brace to something that moves. Not a good idea. Hang it from the ceiling. I don't think I have enough bracing to get all the way up there. I do need something on the Z-axis, but this, the curvature of the quarter might be enough. I think this is enough for us to like, okay, so let's think about this, right? Let's think about it. Why am I worried about it going up and down? What's the problem? Well, we want to make sure that it's the correct height from the trunk floor that we replaced. Well, we could take that measurement right now, check the measurement, and then just make sure the measurement is good later, right? Put some bottle jacks under there, under the bracing, to move the bracing up or down after we put the trunk floor back in. The new trunk floor that doesn't have holes in it, right? Is your long cross brace currently level? I'm not sure, Gino. Let me check. It's Kerbal in real life. Yeah, baby. Actually, yes. Yes, it is. Look. Here. I would say make the noise, but my electronic level doesn't have enough batteries. It's going to look like it's a little that way, but here, let me. It is just a smidge to the left, but that's actually pretty damn good. Dude, this car is pretty damn straight for something that was made by hand. We found a 1/16th of an inch tolerance. That's actually pretty good, man. Like, I'm sorry, that's pretty decent for what it is. And that the fact that it's straight despite missing an ungodly amount of structure is pretty damn cool. That's the kind of stuff they mean when they say build, they built them right back in the day. That's what they're talking about. This was made by someone who really knew what they were doing going down the line. Somebody who's very good at their job. That's cool. I like that kind of stuff, man. That's sick. Dead nuts. We are dead nuts indeed. Now, the garage door's open. I hope nobody heard that. I'm talking about the level, just in case anybody heard it. Brace from the center of it to the quarter. Well, Flykin, the quarters aren't structural anymore. That's my problem. That's a good idea, dude. You're in the ballpark. The quarters aren't structural. Remember, we found that train wreck down there? Look. Look, see? that's not structure. If that was structure, dude, this would be a good idea. But that's not supposed to do that. If it was structural, though, you'd be right on the money, man. I'm excited about this. This is good. Like I said, man, this frickin' thing's, this land yacht's the frickin' Titanic. It's rusty as hell, but we'll get it. All right. Now, guys, I'm convinced that my frame rails are good enough, but let's get our downwards measurement, right? Let's get our downward measurement. This is a flat spot, so right from this bar, I'll measure down on both sides, and then we'll write it out on our dimensional, super awesome dimensional diagram of fun.com.org. So I have a very, very advanced system here of writing down all the measurements of the car to make sure that everything is good. We'll add this to our measurements. I got to draw a cool diagram. Let me just. There. See, it's a 3/4 of the back of the car. See? We'll measure the distances right there and right there. See, look at it. Yay. Oh, I missed. Oh, never mind. All right, let's get the tape measure out, which I put in a different freaking spot. Son of a... Freaking gremlins, I swear, dude. Freaking gremlins, dudes. Where the heck is the tape measure? Couldn't have gone far. Oh, I see it. I see it. It's over here. Can you be sure the trunk floor isn't sagging when you take the measurements? Dean, I'm trying to... Here, come here. I'll show you, dude. That's a good question. I'm going to pick up right here. Well... That's... Here, let's use the suspension. We'll use the leaf spring perch, the rear leaf spring perch, as our datum there. That's a good idea, because yeah, this one is not going to. It's not gonna. Over here though, we still got some structure left, so yeah, that'll work. I think. I tested my spot weld driller last night, so some of this I was able to get out. All right. That's actually a good sketch. Quite the illustrator, an artiste. The Gremlin was a good car, however, you can hook the tape to your pants. You hook the tape to your pants pocket. Yeah. Gremlins are cool. Tack to the leaf spring perch. Rares, that's not a bad idea, but we got to replace the floor, dude. So how am I going to do that? I'm honestly asking. Remember, the floor is the big problem here. $14.25 on the dot. The angle's making it look like 14 3/8. It's a quarter, I swear. Yep. Come on. See where the line of the rail goes right to the quarter mark. So we're 14.25 basically to the frame rail. Actually, hold on. We weren't crooked. We weren't straight. That's straight. It is. Well, it's 14.25. It's absolutely 14.25. Now the other side's going to be a little bit different because we can't go to the frame rail just yet, but. Now let's, we'll measure the other side. Yeah, see this one is gonna be a little bit different. This one is measuring 14 1/8. But I know there's an 1/8 inch of steel down there. So what I'll do, we'll do 14.25 on both sides, dudes. Actually, we're at 14 1/16. You know what? Let's do this right. Getting at that structure is gonna suck. You know what? You know what, dudes? I'm gonna do 14 1/4 on both sides because I can't really get at any of this without the fascia off. Can't really get my spot weld driller in here. But I know that there's seam sealer and then an 1/8 inch. Well, it's not an 1/8 inch. The trunk pan is trunk pan's pretty damn thick. I think it's, oh, what is it? 20 gauge steel maybe. No, it's probably 1/16 of an inch. So we can add 16th, but the problem is that I know there's rust down there. I know there's rust underneath that thing. So this isn't going to get us an exact measurement. I think 14 1/4 is good because I know for a fact that that is straight and that's good metal. So I don't see why it wouldn't be. If we're going to do it right, it would be even on both sides. Am I thinking about this right or am I being lazy? You guys tell me. Like, that has to be right. That has to be right. We're like 1/8 of an inch off over here, right? It's 14 1/4 here, and it's 14 1/8 over there. And then we know there's a 1/16 of an inch of metal down there where what's left of the trunk pan, and then there's paint and seam sealer on top of that. That's got to be right. It's got to be the same on both sides. So I'm gonna write it as 14 1/4, but I'll make a note that it wasn't. Note, the right-hand measure measurement was 14 1/8, but the pan was still attached. Done. Okay, we got another measurement right there. There's the crappy back of my car. Put that over there. The more important thing is that they're the same. Tape 2 rods together and cut them to fit on a miter saw. Yeah, Aqualux, well, that's what I'm thinking, dude. When we get the new pan in and stuff, okay, all right. Like, I don't want you to, don't yes me to death here, all right? Like, when we get, all right, the literally this is the Kerbal thinking cap, okay? Put the Kerbal thinking caps on, dudes, because that's what we're doing here, okay? So, they should be the same on both sides, right? Why wouldn't they be? Why? I mean, we know that the quarter panel's a little bit out, but honestly, if the frame rails are out, if the frame rails are doing this, we got to correct it. We got to correct it because that means our suspension geometry is off. So I think that connection is right, and I think, or that the length on the left-hand side is right, and I think we should use that for the right-hand side. Now, we could brace against the trunk pan later, or we could just put a jack there when we go to put the rear fascia plate back on, right? Or we could, once the trunk pan is good, we could do what you're saying. We could weld a rod at 14 1/4 and put it underneath it. And then we'll know it's good, right? But we should be using 14 1/4, right? Like, am I thinking about this correctly? There's no reason why that shouldn't be right on either side. Am I thinking about this correct? Just set it to grandparent strut. Bro, I wish we had auto strut. If we had auto strut, this would be way easier. But then again, I just auto strutted the trunk. Dude, that's what we're doing. This is Kerbal, guys. This is working in the SPH, only in real life. And then we get to actually drive around in the thing that we made. I hope you guys understand that. I think that's really cool. Make sure you write down that you measure to the leaf spring perch. Yep. Still not a rocket though. Yeah, I'm gonna change the distance to trunk floor. Leaf spring perch. There we go. Killer. All right, dudes, we're good there. That's enough bracing for me for this. This is fine. I know that ain't going nowhere. All right, now where? We got no rear cross member. We got to be careful with that. We should install some temporary bracing. But we got to install a piece of temporary bracing here. We got to do it. That's the wrong camera. We got to install a piece of temporary bracing here, and we have to do it in a way that's not going to foul on the trunk pan when we go to put it in. It can always be adjusted. Element, this is more just making it easier in the long run, guys. You're right, dude. You don't need to do this. You don't need to. You could do this without it and then just adjust it later. I'm doing this, one, because I'm not trying to make more work for myself later. I'm trying to take the adjustment out of this. I won't need to adjust it because it's the same way that it was from the factory. That's what all the bracing is there for, dude. I wanted to do that, not chat. What kind of engine does it have? A 5.2 liter Asimalock V8. It's got a 3-speed automatic behind it. So in Mopar speak, it's a 318 with a 2-barrel and a 904 torque flight behind it. It's got a 7 1/4 rear end and factory manual drum brakes all around. It's got power steering though. Did you miss the message before that? Most likely. Did you miss the message before that? Oh, yeah. Element, this is just me being anal retentive, dude. Just like in KSP. I want it to be right, and I want to make sure that's right, and I want to eliminate the guesswork later. Also, the body panels are structure on this car. It's a unibody, dude. It ain't like a Chevelle or like a Fairlane or something. It's a unibody. You got to be careful. We have to make sure these are right. At least mimicking the factory. I don't need my car doing a late 70s Chevy Nova and going down the highway sideways. Is the 5.2 a big block? Believe it or not, Asimalock, no. That's a small block. That's the smallest V8 that Chrysler offered in 1969, dude. The only engine smaller than that was a 3.5 liter inline 6. Called a slant 6. I don't know if it's 3.5. Whatever 225 cubic inches is in liters. The big block is a 7.4 liter. This engine did not come with this car did not come, the 4 doors did not come with a 7.4 liter from the factory. Only the coupes did. But maybe we should put one in. I'm saying the bracing you have right now is enough. Cool. You sure about the frame rails, dude? I'm not asking why you're bracing it. Okay, cool. Because that was the Nova's smallest issue. Yep. How's it going? It's going, man. Six in a row, ready to tow. The buzzing half dozen. Yep. So, Element, the frame rails, though. Dude, I have no rear cross member. Like, let me explain just to make sure you're on the same page as me. I think you are, but I want to be absolutely sure. So the frame rails go back, right? They go back. They start at the rear pan. Rear pan's good. There's a shock tower cross member that's right underneath the glass right here. That's holding the 2 frame rails true. And then there's a trunk structural cross member that's about halfway through the trunk, right? It's just a little It's a little piece of metal. It's about this wide, and it's kind of like U-shaped. So it's shaped like that almost, like this. Sorry. And that's holding the frame rails true as well. There should be a cross member back here. This is what we're worried about, dude. There should be a cross member back here. Mine's gone completely. It looks like the Titanic down there. When I pulled the rear bumper off, we pulled some of the cross member with us. So, because I don't, like at the back of the frame rails, I don't have any structure back here. I'm kind of worried. I think putting just a little piece of bracing there to keep the frame rails true, or at least what's left of them back there. Like to substitute for the cross member. I do have a new rear cross member coming, and we'll have to, finagle that thing into place. But what's left of the frame rails back there, I kind of I don't know. Do we want it? I mean, well, now that I'm thinking about it, dude, you might be right. There's not much left to brace back here. We could adjust it later, but yeah, see the end of the frame rail down there is, I mean, it's still there. It's still solid. See what I mean? It's good metal till about here. From here back, she's no good. Let me get you guys a light. Need a light. So the cross member should be right here. You can see there's part of it right there. Part of it is right here. The back of the trunk pan, the sill is on the cross member. And then it's pinch welded to the rear fascia right there. See what I mean? There was a spot weld right there with what was left, but yeah, I'm just a little bit worried that if we take the pan off, right, there's going to be nothing from basically over here to there holding this thing true. But then again, the leaf spring perch is here, and the leaf spring perch is quite strong. And maybe if we keep the leaf springs in, it'll keep everything. No, it's going to sag if we do that, isn't it? Ooh. Put jack stands under the leaf spring perch. Yeah, underneath here, Aqualex, going that way to the other frame rail. And then honestly, jacking up the leaf spring perches is probably a good idea as well. Problem is, my biggest jack stands that I have are, the 4 biggest jack stands that I have are being used to hold the car up right now. I don't know if I have a jack stand that's tall enough, dudes. Because all the other jack stands I have are only 2.25. I have 6-ton jack stands holding this thing up right now. Yeah, it's no good. Not good enough. Actually, getting a screw jack under here would actually be a good idea. Seriously, if we get a small screw jack, put the screw jacks underneath it, we can basically get them to the exact height. Putting it back on its wheels might be a good idea. Why? Yeah, screw Jack. I hate that guy. No, Jack's cool. Come on. Load from the suspension. Yeah, but if I cut the trunk pan out, right, and we have load on that, it's going to bend the frame rails like this, dude. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I want the suspension unloaded. We could put this... Hellfish, what if we just decompress the rear leaf? Just jack up the rear end a little bit, put it on jack stands so the suspension isn't fully decompressed. Is the trunk band really that intact that it's maintaining the rigidity for that to be a concern? The opposite is true with the suspension hanging. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We might, I might need to brace the suspension or take it off. Talking through this is useful. We need to do it. Yeah, a piece right here going to the other one. And then, yeah. Okay. Okay, I see what we got to do. Would this car in its current state be street legal in the U.S.? Absolutely not, Alucard. Not in my state. It's too much rust. This car is not structural. No, no, no. They would fail you on inspection all day. Yeah, it's structurally compromised. You would fail. It depends on the state, though. In Florida, you could drive this, sure. You could drive it around. Yeah, you can get plates for it. They don't have inspections, so you can. You need something to hold the frame in place. I'm thinking the screw jack solution is probably a good idea. Just get a screw jack underneath it. If we screw jack to the floor, right? That's going to hold it in place. Unload the suspension, screw jacks out back, we're good to go. I need, what is the distance that I need here? I need a jack that goes about 28 inches. I mean, 28 is well into the frame rails here, but, you know, in case we need to go higher. And good for your state. Alucard, my state, so Massachusetts state inspection is not as, it's not as bad as TUV, but it's almost as bad as TUV. There are very few states that have a more stringent inspection than ours. No, I'm not in Detroit, dude. No, no, I'm in Boston. My in-laws are from Detroit, though. This car was made in Detroit. It's a Hamtramck car. It was made at Lynch Road, which is where they made Plymouth Superbirds. I think Michigan used to have inspections, but then they were just like, buy more cars. And then they got rid of them. Inspection should be a national standard. Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, well, well, it's not. To be 100% fair, fellas, I wouldn't drive this around in Boston. You are asking to get killed. Just with the amount of like braking and maneuvering that you need to do, this car not being structurally sound, you know, something could break while you're driving down the road. Like you're asking to get killed if driving this around like this. Like, it's like, here, please end my life. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I would not, I'm not driving this until we have all the structure back into it, dudes. If Michigan had inspectors, nobody would have a car. That's pretty, yeah, yep. Yeah, you could drive this around in Michigan, sure. Probably drive it around just like this. People probably give you a thumbs up. In Massachusetts, though, it won't fly. We have pretty strict stuff. Like, yeah, it's not as bad as MOT. Actually, it's about as bad as MOT in the UK. It's about the same. It's not as bad as TUV. Yeah, no, not as bad as TUV. All right. Anyway, I might have to go to Harbor Freight or something and get some taller jacks just so we can hold the back of this thing up. I'm fine with jack stands holding this car up, holding the frame rails. If we get a jack stand there and then one bracer bar holding it left to right, guys, that's good enough. I'm fine with that. That's totally fine. Cribbing. What is cribbing? You guys keep saying that. What about your floor jack? What about it? What's that going to do? I only have one. But I thought these cars had metal bars at the bottom that give it structural stability. Yeah, they do. Mine's over here. It came off with the bumper, Esmalok. We got no structure. Look, the big metal bar, there's supposed to be a rear cross member. It's supposed to be right where my hand is. You can see the sill where it's supposed to be. When I pulled the rear bumper off, that all came with it because this is shot. This needs to be rebuilt. We're gonna rebuild all this. I have 16 gauge steel to rebuild the end of the frame rail. We're gonna rebuild it. And then what I'm going to do is we'll cut this sucker right here. We're gonna cut it, section it off. I'm gonna plug weld 2 tabs in here. We plug weld to that and then we butt weld the frame rail together. That'll rebuild the structure here sufficiently. Do you own a modern truck? If so, what kind? The newest truck I have on my property is from 1997. Is that modern enough? In Michigan, you can make the whole car to 1/2-inch beams. Yeah, right. You could crib it with wood. Oh, I don't think I have enough wood to do that. A lot of them come with a bottle jack. Oh, yeah, no. I do have the stock jack for that truck. It's in it, but nah, it's right over there. You can just see the front tire. Found a good example. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Lex, that's not bad. I don't have enough wood. Mr. Yak just showed his face on Starbase Live. Nice. This is practice for the 69 Fastback that you're going to restore. That's right, Joe. I actually want a 69 Coronet 2-door. That would be super cool. I would love to have a 2-door version of this car. Maybe we sell this one when it's done. Yeah, maybe we sell it. Maybe sell it when it's finished. Surely people would want, even though it has 4 doors, people would want it if it has 4 doors, but it has no rust. I'm doing this to learn. I said this in part 1. I'm doing this to learn how to do this, to understand what it takes to rebuild a car. And when I say rebuild, I mean actually take the thing apart, like undo what the assembly line did. All right. Yeah, what we got to do, I got to get that rear end not hanging. We got to get it elevated. Just a little bit. Just enough to take tension off the springs. So let me get my jack.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's that? Is that Hidgy? Car! 102 months. Thanks, man. Actually, you know what? I love Mustangs, dude. I have an 08 Mustang outside. It's pretty damn straight, actually. But you know what Mustang I do love? Actually, what Ford I love, it's not even a Mustang, it's a Torino. I always thought the Torino was cooler. But I do love, like, 67 Mustang is pretty much one of my all-time favorites. That doesn't need to be a Shelby. I'll just take a
Discovery, go at throttle up.
67 Fastback with a 390 and a top loader. That's fine with me. I would be very happy. But my ultimate favorite car is a 70 Challenger 500 or 70 Charger 500. Yeah, I like, 69 Chargers are cool, 68s are cool because of the taillights. I like 1970 Chargers. I think that was the best looking one out of those 3 years. That's not really a popular thing. People don't like 70s. I like 70s. Big Pooh! Only 5 here, but here for the long haul. Only 5 months so far, but here for the long haul. Thanks, man. All right, let's get to work. Let's unload. I don't know why I'm putting my earplugs in. Let's unload the rear end. I'm just going to jack the rear end up a little bit to get load off the rear bars. I do have a set of jack stands that can do that. So we should see the rear end go up a little bit. Jeez. The rear end didn't go up. It didn't, the shocks aren't compressing. It's taking the car off of the frame rails before it, whatever. Yeah, I mean, that probably should happen. And by probably, I mean, that's right. Because when we put these stands on it, it'll compress the suspension. Plumber's butt, plumber's butt, plumber's butt, plumber's butt. All right, let's go. Ready? Hello? Hello? The shocks aren't compressing, you know, so that's good. Yeah, they're not compressing. That's that is a development that has happened. You know, I've decided that, you know, we might need to pull the rear end. Yeah, the suspension didn't compress. Those shocks are stuck in the open position, which might actually be good for us, to be honest. That might actually be not the worst thing in the world. Yeah. Because that means we know the suspension ain't going to move. No, guys, I'm telling you, the shocks aren't opening. The shocks are at full droop, and they're not closing. It's because those Monroe shocks are carrying they're Monroe shock absorbers, and they're carrying a Monroe logo from the 80s. The shock absorbers are like 40 years old. It's probably what has to do with it. It's because they were compressed for the longest time, and then when I jacked the car up, they went to full droop, and the weight of the rear end just held them open. It is what it is. That's fine. You can take the leaf, you can pull the leaf off, drop the rear end. There's a big job. Well, not a big job, but it's not too bad, but I'm just worried about the rust that we're going to encounter if we try. And, you know, like, we could try to take the shock absorbers out. If we take them out, we're going to run into the same issue. Just cut them. A gas shock? I don't think that's a good idea. Let me just see how they're attached up in there. Okay. Okay, that ain't too bad. Turbo, sorry, turbocharger. Yeah, they're stuck. Unfortunately. Yeah, let's try to get them. Bless you. Yep. If we pull the shocks, if I can get them off the bottom bolts, we'll be okay. That should get, as long as we can compress the suspension, you just take it off the bolt. Now the top bolts, I don't know, they're a little rusty, but that could work. Those sneezes were real. He just wanted to make turbo noises. Well, yeah, duh. All right, let's get the PB out. I knew I'd need it. Start hosing down these bolts. I have no idea when the last time these things were off. The threads are barely recognizable. How the funkin' waggles am I supposed to get that off? Oh. There's a... Tell me that's a captive nut. Chat, tell me. It is. All right, cool, sweet. That's a very strange way of doing that, but yeah. All right, let's roll. Seems like the 21st is the launch date. WB57 just got scheduled, plus NOTAMs being changed from the 19th through the 28th. If it's the 21st, guys, we're covering it here. It's captive now. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. All right, what do we want to do here? What do we want to do? I really wanted to get this back sill plate off today, guys. 21st is your birthday. All right, that is my birthday. Yeah, that's what I really wanted to do. For what it's worth, I don't think the frame rails are going to sag at all. Guys, I'm good with this, to be honest, and I might just, like, I'll go buy jack stands eventually. Like, I don't want to do that during the stream. Like, we'll buy something to hold the back of this up, sure. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have to take measurements and readjust it anyway, because the rear cross member's gone. There's no datum to adjust it to. So I think I'm ready to drill spot welds off the back here. I think that's what we should do. Let's get this rear fascia off and we'll see. We'll see how much it moves. Because it is going to move. Oh, it's going to move. But the other thing I can't help but think, this may have already moved. That's what keeps popping up in the back of my head. It's already moved. I think as long as we keep the trunk cross member in there, intact, we'll be all right. Hey, RJ, dude, what the heck, man? What's that about? Are you going to get Clecos? Not get. Got. Jeez, RJ. You, dude, what? Like, tack the frame rails beforehand. That's for the jack stands. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll, let me just get in here and take a peek. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. There's holes in the frame. The factory holes, not bad holes. I think if we pick up on one of those holes and just kind of tack right next to it, we should be fine. Yeah, I'm going to put a bar left to right, make sure the frame rails are true. And then, yeah, we should get at it. Well, no. Oh, I hate being indecisive about this. Sorry, guys. Okay, backseat me. What would you do? I think we can go for it. We do need to brace the leaf springs. We need to brace them up and down and left and right. Like, once again, you don't have to, but we did all that work on the top to make sure that's right. Probably should do the work on the bottom, you know? I think with the rear diff on the jack stands, it should be good. Okay, let's do that then. I'll pull the rear shocks, pull the shocks off, compress it without any shock absorbers because those shocks were junk anyway. I've seen the new Lego Sasquatch. Okay, cool. Let's get our plan of attack. I can get at the lower shock bolts. I don't want to try to get at the top ones. We'll break something. They are rusty, so I'm going to let them soak. The bottom ones we can get at. You can buy a new leaf spring perch. Or a leaf spring mount for the shock. I know you can buy those. So if ours go the way of the dodo, it goes the way of the dodo. That's the way it is. If we'll undo the shocks, compress up the suspension, and then I think we're good. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And then we'll start drilling the back out here. Let's go. Let me see I'm trying to see what size is the shock bolt. Just undo it at the diff. Need some EJ Crew Cab Charger bolts, like a T with the car and special tools. The brake bleeder 5000. Yep. Reiterating, agreeing. Okay, cool. I have a 3/4 impact driver right here. Let's just see if that's the right side. Oh, it is. Oh. Really? 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 It came off. Well, at least the nut came out. It's stuck in there, but it did come out. Hold on, I gotta get it out of the bit. Give me 1 second. Or the socket, excuse me. Huh. It's the same, it's a lug nut. There's a lug nut holding it on. Actually, it's not exactly a lug nut. It's not tapered on one side. It came out. Yeah, freaking thing came out. Really? All right, well, let's see what our luck's gonna be like on the other side. You guys will know by the noise how much luck we're gonna have or not. Really? Both sides. Well, I'll be a monkey's bare butt uncle. Okay. Now we just need to get a mallet and get that thing freaking off of there. Let me get my rubber mallet, see if we can get those off. Quick, get a lottery ticket. Yeah. Here we go. Rubber mallet. Telling you, man, they tell you they want to be fixed. This one is saying, don't kill me. Please, fix me. Okay. Retaining nut. The retaining washer's off. We just gotta hammer at it a couple of times. And then let me get my damn old pry bar here, boy. Actually, this is probably gonna be easier to do with the rear diff loaded up on the stand, not, you know what I mean. I'm telling you, dude, they tell you, they talk to you. They say stuff. Save me, please, please, I don't want to die. All right, don't worry, I got you. You'll be all right. You're in the arms of an EJ. It's moving. It's going, dudes. She's going. Came off. No frickin' way, dude. You're in the arms of an EJ. Yep. Dude, that stud isn't even that bad. Unreal. All right, let me put the hardware back on. And it is rusty down here. But yeah, she's not bad. She's all right. Come on, get back on there, little guy. Here you go. The shock does recompress. Huh. The shock recompresses, dudes. That's not good. I think our leaf spring might have bound up. Let me check. No? We're up off the rear jack stands right now. Oh no, it drooped. Yep, okay. Cool. Let me just get the other one off and then we're good to go. It's not, it drooped. It's not Hellfish, it's who sings that song? I don't remember. It's from the MSPCA commercials.
Discovery,
Um,
go and throttle up.
No, the left side drooped, right side didn't, dude. We're all right. I'm trying to get the right side strut off. Yeah, the right side shock. Just give it a couple taps with the hammer, a couple more with the pry bar. Yep, there she goes. It's going. Come on, just imagine this part, okay? Yeah, this one was the one that's definitely seized. Yeah, it's definitely seized. It really doesn't want to move like the other one did. There we, whoa! Fire in the hole. The washer came in like a wrecking ball, hit my toolbox. Yeah, that one. Okay, that one compressed. Shazbot. They both compressed. Not great. Maybe this will allow it to move a little bit more. Okay. All right, let's get everything out of the way. Huh. I think my leaf spring shackles are seized. Yeah, I think the leaf spring shackles are seized. Oh no, they're it started to go now. We're starting to get travel on this thing again. Freaking trunk, man. Nope, it's moving now. No, she's moving. We're good. Just GIF this, please. Stop that. Why? It's fine. Rocket, Barb. Rocket, I'm rocket. Slower, Barb, slower. Okay, we got travel. We're good. Sweet. Okay, it's moving. That's what I care about. As long as she's moving, as long as the leaves are moving up and down, we are good. The reason why we're not getting good travel back here, dudes, is because there's no weight on the rear end of the car. We took all the weight out. Gas tank, the rear bumper, it's all gone. Gone. It's all gone. It's gone. It's all gone. So, if I put those stands on the rear end, yeah, in the form of rust and bondo. Okay, take that, put that there. Coming down. Okay, we're on the 4 main structural jack stands, and the rear end is, yeah, it's compressed. The leaf spring shackle is vertical. Yeah, good, good, good. Our suspension is unloaded. I just want to be absolutely sure that this travels. Okay. Cool, we're good. All right, I'm happy. Let's start drilling the back. Let's start drilling the back. Let's do this. All right, so we got to start drilling the spots. Oh, snap, it's bald. He's bald. Yep. Yeah, it's aerodynamic. Is a bald. Yeah, thanks. That's cool. All right, let's get to this, bros. I have my spot weld cutter, and I'm just gonna work my way around as best as we can. So we got most of them all the way down to there. Yeah, let's go from there. We don't have to worry about any of that moving. We braced it, we're good. Safety glasses, hearing protection. All right. Let's go. Of course it started to move. Man, that thing really chewed that up. We're gonna have to punch these holes. Hold on. Let me get my punch. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm making an indentation in the center of the spot welds for my spot weld bit to pick up on. So the drill don't ride around when we go to do this. Doesn't need to be much. You don't need to push too incredibly hard here. Note that I'm holding the hammer close to the end because I don't want a lot of torque, because you don't want to, we hit too hard, we bend stuff. I don't know what we're going to do about this, but I do see the spot weld, so. There's another one right there. That went through. That's great. Yeah, well, at least we know there's not a lot of structure there. Well, that spot weld's gone. Okay. That should give us enough to work with here. Let's go. Damn thing keeps riding around. Stop it! Come on! Almost through. Too fast? No. I didn't get all the way through, Aqualux. I'll keep it slow though if you want. Man, did I mess that up? No lube and too fast, just the way I like it. Oh, okay. Well, let's get the lubricant then. Let's have a party. It's underneath the car. There you go. Hey, there. Oh, I flipped the switch by accident, dudes. That always happens with this drill. You've seen that happen before, dudes. Got it. Nice. Good. All right. There's 2 more. Don't ride around on me, you bum. Had to go a little fast there just to get it to cut, dudes. Just want to see something. Yep. Center punch is your friend. It's been center punch, dude. I center punched them. I center punched them all. There we go. I got it to bite. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. There we go. Ah, I went through. Ah, that's going to make that a little bit harder to do later. Didn't want to do that. Crap. Put a piece of masking tape over the spot? What is that going to do? I'm asking. There's a spot on the right there. Reduces the bit from whacking? Ah, okay. Yeah. I have masking tape. I brought it out because I figured we might need it. This isn't going to stick very well with the lubricant on it, is it? That's not going to work. I'd have to clean the surface more. Wait a minute, do we have a smaller one? Can we, how do we switch to the other side on this thing? Put the tape on the drill? What? How would, I got it, hang on. No, I didn't. I really am bumming that I zapped through that whole thing. That's okay. There's 2 spot welds there that I didn't see before. I got to get at them and get the punch. There we go. Got that one. Just got to get this one. You really have to, really got to go slow. Like initially, you really don't want to go fast. I can see that now. No, stop it. Neonix, I'm drilling out spot welds here so we could get this off. I got to undo the welds from the factory so we can get this piece off. Stop moving, you piece of shit. Excuse my language. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. You fine? I'm fine. Yeah, that didn't work either. Got a center punch. I've center punched it 3 times. It bit that time. Okay, it's apart. We got it. If we didn't, it's hanging on by a thread. Okay, that one. It started to go. You really got to go slow with this, huh? I don't want to hit the center punch harder, dude, because it'll bend stuff. There we go. Got it. It's through. I saw the whole panel move. We're through. Hey fellas, I got a dumb question. This thing has a smaller diameter drill on the other side. How do we get that? How do we get that off? I've been sitting here staring at that thing while we've been doing this, trying to figure out how to get it. But I'm not too incredibly sure. Like, how do we switch it so it's the lower diameter? Invest in a spring punch. I have one around, but the hammer and punch was closer. See, how do we get it? How do we get that? Was there instructions with the bit? No, last. Try heating it up a bit and then center punching it. You'll make a decent dent. I center punched most of these and they're fine, dude. It's the drill. I'm just figuring out how to do that. Compress the spring, then rotate the collar counterclockwise. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, that seems to be the case, dude, but you know, I don't know. I would like the smaller diameter. Hold on. Let me put it back in the drill chuck. Probably can get at it better that way. Yeah, that thing doesn't want to move, dude. No. Whatever. We can roll with the bigger ones. It's not a big deal. It would be nice to get the smaller one, but that's all right. Why? I got it in the track. Why are you moving? It unscrews. Put it in a vise and use some pliers. All right, cool. I'll do that real quick. Just imagine that that's what I'm doing, okay? Because, yeah, I want the smaller one. These are smaller spots. Okay. Pliers, 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 pliers. Spin prime, spin prime, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, cryo test. Pliers, 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 pliers. That was a quick Amazon search. Yeah. Cool. Think this will work? Pliers, 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 spin prime, static prime, spin prime, static prime, spin prime, sorry. Just imagine that that's what I'm attempting to do right now. Yep, that worked. The vice grip moved it. Oh yeah, it's just threaded. Cool. All right, reversed it. Now let me use the same vice grip to just tighten it up. Okay, it's bottomed on the threads. That's where it was. All right, sweet. Changed it. Actually, yeah, it is a smaller diameter. It's not by much. Or I'm just dumb and I can't look at it correctly. Might be the same now that I'm really looking at it. It's probably could be just an optical illusion, man. All right. Back to work. That's through. Next. It's really hard to tell when you're through. Like, it's really hard to know for sure. All right, let's get these two here. Stop it. Dude, I suck at this. Holy crap. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to do right now. I'm taking the car apart. I'm drilling out spot welds from the factory. But I mean, BDean, it is an EJ stream. My goal is to have people come in here and be like, what the frick is going on in here? That is kind of the goal. It's always been the goal. There you go. Oh! Come on. There we go. I saw it move. No, Dean. I know. I'm drilling spot welds out because I need to remove. So see where these spot welds are? See the seam right here? I got to remove this piece. But the welds on this back piece go all the way around. I'm just wondering why this really isn't coming. Okay, got a couple more. It's painful watching this. Okay. I could get a smaller bit and do it that way, you know. I know that this thing in the center is just a follower. It makes it so you don't bottom out, so you don't drill all the way through. But if you press too hard, you drill all the way through. I could get a smaller bit and then do it that way. At least put a pilot hole, put a better pilot hole in these things. Give me one sec. Let me go get my drill index. Uh, 5/64. Yeah, that'll do. This little guy. I'll put this, you know what? I'll have this on a little drill. I have another drill. We'll use two different ones. There we go. It's going to get us better following marks, for sure. You don't need to go very far, you just gotta get it enough. Yeah, and then there's that damn tack weld up there. That should get me a good guide, right? And that's the one that went through. Okay. Man, that thing's rusty. All right. Now that we've done that, let's see. Let's see if it's less painful to watch now. You know, guys, you got to keep in mind, I'm learning. I'm learning how to do this, so you just got to bear with me. I've never drilled spot welds in my life. Still rode a little bit. Got it. It popped. Maybe we just got to go a little bit more. I don't know if I went full the way through. Yeah, that first pop got it, I think. But this is still super strong, dude. It still feels like those are connected. I would like to put a pry bar in here, but I know that's what you should do, but I don't want to damage the sill or this piece. We want to reuse these. I just need this to get off. I just need this to move off of here. But then again, we could always bend that plate up to an extent. Some type of glue. There's probably some seam sealer, but it's most likely rust that's holding it together. I'm not going to make the drill do. I just want to push. Yep. And that one I went through because I'm an idiot. That one just needed a little bit more. That went through. I heard it. That one went through as well. It'll make a pop. It'll make like a ting noise when you go to do this. Yep, they're all moving. I don't think I got through up there. Dude, how could we not be through there? As you said, you're learning. It does not make you an idiot. Rome was not built in a day. Yeah, it's just some people are douchebags about it, Merkin. You know, like, it's painful to watch. Hey, fuck you. How about that? Thanks for the fucking constructive criticism, asshole. Get the fuck out of my stream. You know, it's fucking annoying, dude, sometimes. Excuse my language. Not you, Merkin, for what it's worth. Like, this is tough, dude. Not everybody has the stones to fucking put themselves up in front of fucking people and make a fool of themselves, you know? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to do good, man. Trying to teach people that you can do this, like... We chipped a tooth. What did I come back to? Nothing, man. Just people getting under my skin, that's all. Don't worry about it. We good. I'm over it. Hey, Home Planet, it's okay. The vast majority of you guys are all right. I just won't stand for that crap. You know what I mean? We're chipping the spot welding bit. Am I pushing too hard? It might be me. I might be pushing this too hard. We're starting to chip teeth on this thing. That was me. I let it slip. Safety glasses, maybe? Oh, yeah, I gotta put them back on. Push more, spin less. Okay. I'm pretty sure we got these. Let me get at this one again. It doesn't look like we got all the way through. That one's through. Yeah, I see it. I'm learning now. You really have to go slow with this thing. Like real slow. There's no teeth left. I gotta switch it. Give me one sec. Man, I'm gonna have to go buy a lot of these, I have a feeling. Hope you bought two. I only really have one right now. If not, we'll switch to tungsten carbide burrs. At least they give you a double-sided bit, you know. That's kind of cool. All right, switching back to the original side. You know, I said that these look like they might be smaller. They ain't smaller. Both of the cutting face on the other side is pretty much the same. I don't know, man. I think maybe going a little bit faster. Going a little bit faster feels right, but I don't know. I mean, you guys said go slow. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? What brand is that bit? China. That's the brand. China. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I saw it move. We're good. That one's through. Next. China. China, 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 China. Come on, baby, stay there. I know you have to keep it somewhat clean, but keeping the language real is why I watch. Yeah, I'm trying, dude, as best I can. Sometimes, though, I apologize for cursing, but I am from the Northeast, man. It's kind of how we operate. Patient, patient, patient. Use the other drill. That's why I have it. It likes that speed right there. Any slower and it likes to wind. Looks like we got it. All right, I gotta lower you guys down a little bit on the tripod so you can see. That's the floor. Well, that one went pretty smooth. Jeez. No oil? That was, no, that, dude, it was, I had PB all over that thing. Now, as we get lower down here, we get to the more Titanic-y parts of this thing. There was not much with that one. You see it push through? Why such a large hole? This is the only spot welding bit I could get my hands on. Dude, this is working. It's working fine. I mean, the further we get down, there ain't much to drill through anymore, but just getting all the caca out of the bit. wasn't fast enough. This is just a weird angle, guys. I'm seeing daylight through there. Okay, next one is right there. How do we know where the welds are? I ground it down, dude. I hit it with a wire wheel at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, you got to send it with some RPM, dudes, but yeah, that's through. But it's tacked, it's tack welded, or it's just rusted to hell in there. I'll get the carbide burrs, tungsten carbide burrs out, and we'll get at that. Now these ones down here, I doubt that that's structural at all. There's nothing holding that together. Okay. Yeah, J-Speed, I saw that. That was that one went through. It went through pretty hard. I think we should have most of these, dudes. It's just the bits or the tack welds up here. There's, like I said, somebody started to spot weld this and then they tack welded it up here, and it looks like they tack welded it here and here, and they didn't dress it. They didn't dress the body very well. Interestingly enough, see, none of these pilot dowels are lined up at all. Just tie a rope on it and yank it out like a tooth. Yeah, no, I'm good. All right. Got anything you could try and work under the edge? Yeah, of course, Wisp. Yeah. We just got to be careful. I don't want to. I have a couple of things. I have a little shank piece here. It's just. See, these rusty parts, there's nothing holding it together. See? There's nothing there. It looks like it's together, but it's not. There's nothing there. There's nothing to pry right here. I'm gonna have to repair that. This is Bondo that I'm getting out here. This is from the fabulous patch job that we found underneath the car. There's nothing, yeah. Seems like there might be one spot down there, but I don't think I can drill it. Yeah, you guys can still see. Just up here. There's one spot on the top that it looks like we didn't get all the way through, so. All right, let's see if we can get it. There's another spot weld there. It's right on the edge. Oh man, I don't know how the heck I'm gonna get that. You never knew the difference, friend? Yeah. Here's my tape measure. Tack welds are just for positioning things. Spot weld is when you have two hot tips of metal and you pinch, kind of pinch the metal together. Somebody went in here with a big spot welder and my hand's on the other side doing this, and they zap, 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 all down the side. It was a special welder that could fit in the trunk. There's a Starlink launch at 8 tonight, if I'm remembering correctly, dudes. Could you plug weld it? I'm going to plug weld this back together. When we go to put it back together, dudes, we'll plug weld it. Yeah. Yeah. This is all gonna get plug welded back. I don't have a spot welder. You can buy spot welders. They're $150 at Hobo Freight. But I'm just gonna plug it. Plug welds will be stronger anyway. It's not gonna be what's done from the factory, but it'll be stronger. All right. It's time for the tungsten carbide. I gotta get at those tack welds. Hobo Freight, how dare you buy stuff from there? Where else are you gonna get a spot welder for $200, dude? I don't like it. But also, where did I put the bits? From China. 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 China, 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 China. Sorry, it's funny to me, okay? You know, I had all of them in my hand this morning, and now I don't. Huh, where the frick could those have gone? I don't get it. PTFE, there's my plumb, there's the cleaning stuff. I had tungsten carbide burrs, dudes, that just for this scenario, because I figured. There's my Clecos. There's the box for the damn thing. Found the box. Of course, there's no bits in it. Why would there be? I'm not upset. I just gotta find my index. Really, it couldn't have gone far. Is there a space news today, or are we cooking on the car? What time is it? Is it 5? No way. No way. Nope, not in my pocket. It's 5 o'clock. Maybe I put it away? Like, nope. Seriously, where, like, there's only so many places I could put it. I had them in my hand 5 hours ago. I mean, 5 hours ago, it could be in China by now. Huh. Maybe they're in the office. Let me check the office, dude. I don't know why I would have put them in there, but nope. Not in here. I don't get it, man. I like set up a workbench with all my tools over here. Like all the tools that I needed. I put out like a heat gun in case we needed to melt stuff. I put out my hammer and dolly. Is it in the, maybe it's in here. Ah, there we go. I put it away. We put them in the toolbox. We put them in the damn toolbox, boy. So I'm gonna use these tungsten carbides to zap those tack welds off. Which one? Which one should we use? I think Brimo's coming. Yep. Hello? What's up, baby?
Nothing. Work too much.
You or me?
Me.
Yeah?
I know. Titan didn't get to go for his walk, and we had to have pizza for dinner. The pizza's done.
Oh no, we had to have pizza for dinner. Oh no.
The HelloFresh doesn't cook itself, and then it goes bad. So,
Where'd doggo? I think
outside.
he's on his leash, man.
Yeah.
I made a brace.
I saw that.
It's pretty cool, man.
It is pretty cool.
I'm happy with that. That's, what's up?
Do you have to use your welder?
I did use the welder, yes.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah, that'll work. That's not a Fabergé egg, okay?
You sure?
It's tungsten carbide. Tungsten diamondylium.
Oh, dinner's done, so.
Oh, okay, baby. Let me just get at these couple of tacks and then I'll be in.
Alright.
Yeah, but I got most of this. See how we're starting to get a seam there?
Oh yeah, look at that.
Seems good, man.
Seems good, man.
Seems good, man. You need a Dremel for those bits? They operate at 10,000 RPM.
You operate at 10,000 RPM.
Yeah, I have a Dremel, dude. I don't think that'll fit the chuck, though, to be honest.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the Walmart.
Okay, bye-bye. This drill can spin pretty quick, dude, so let's just... should also lubricate. I don't think we really need to too much. Ah, come on, stop riding. I got it most of that weld, not all of it though. Got it most of it. That one, almost there. That might be lead, dude. It might not be a tack weld. It's possible. Stop it! All right, I'm spinning it in the other direction. There we go. Now we're cooking with electricity. All right, let's see if we can pry that off. Those bits are nuts, dude. I was spinning it in the wrong direction because I'm a moron. Got that one. There we go. Next. Got it. Nice. Very nice. It could have been brazed. There's a lot of crap in this thing, dude. Yeah, I went through there. Got it. All right, we got most of that. That's pretty good, dudes. Pretty good. I dropped my punch. There's a lot of rust in there, dudes. There's a spot weld right there. What's left of one right there. See it? I don't know how the heck we're gonna drill that thing. I'll try. You know what? Just give me the burr. Just give me the freaking burr. Whatever. There's no metal to drill there anyway. Did we get it? Nope, didn't get all of it. Gonna need to redo the sill of this damn thing, man. It's okay. It's just work. There we go. I think I got it. No. There's one little spot weld right there. I mean, we could try to drill it, but I'm not sure we're gonna get it. That thing's gonna ride around all over the place. Let's try for it, see what happens. Hello, Titan. How you doing? Titan's here. Go see Mama. There you go. Well, my drill bit broke. Almost got it. I almost got it to bite. Ah, come on, man. You suck. Stupid clown. Freaking one guy. That one damn spot weld. Okay, I'll see if I can just punch it out. So we can just punch the weld out. Ready? What the frick is this weld made out of? Unbelievable, dude. That's all fricked up. This is supposed to be out here somewhere, but it's not. We're gonna have to fix this. It's all right. It's rusted. Very rusty. Yeah, there's just a little bit of weld left. You know, I'll put the burr on the smaller drill. See where that gets us. Thin cutting wheel. I might get the Dremel out, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's that subbing? Trent Zach, 2-month resub. Thank you. It's still there, man. Oh, did somebody step on a duck? There we go. I can get at just the weld. There we go. I got it. Oh, that's bad. I mean, we're probably going to need new quarters anyway, so I'm not too worried. That was the rough side, though. The other side shouldn't be as bad. But jeepers creepers, that sucked, man. We can hammer and dolly this all back together, and I could patch that flange. But man, that thing is messed up. Looks like there might be 2 more welds up here. No, Dean, it's not nearly as rusty. This one had, whatever this is, whatever this crap here is, this, I'll call it a tack weld. I mean, you guys call it whatever. Tack weld, lead brazing or whatever. They didn't dress it, and it rusted the crap out of that flange. The other flange is nice and clean comparatively. I can see all the spot welds on that one. Yeah, we can see all of them, no problem. I want to keep going, but we should do space news too. I only went all the way through on one, which is pretty cool. Should be able to weld all that back together. We'll plug weld all this back. Is the fascia attached to the cross member? Yeah, they're these like flanges that let it go to it, and then there's just a bunch of spot welds. I don't know. We should drill them. Should drill them all out. But because we're getting a new trunk pan, we don't need to spot weld this. We could just drill right through. It's not a big deal. Like, and even over here on the other side, right here, like, we're not saving this. The reason why I tried to spot weld through this is because this drip rail is still good, and I'm trying to keep it. This one, we got a replacement. We're going to take that one out because this one has seen better days. This one rusted, and water dripped down through there and caused that. What do you guys want to do? I kind of want to keep going. I'm kind of in work mode, dudes. At least I want to get all this drilled, and then we'll stop for space news, okay? Just make sure to hydrate. You know, that's a good idea. Oh, nice. I had guests leave some Canada dry. Oh, yeah. There ain't much today, illness. New NOTAMs for Starship. It's and a WB57 filing. So I've heard the 21st. That's about it. All right. Let's get back to work then. Oh man, that was bad. What I'm doing here real quick is I'm just looking to see how much trunk is still attached to the to this thing. It's not a lot. There's no rear cross members, so. Okay. All right, let's start. Have you watched the GTA 4 trailer 2 yet? Yeah, yes I have. Rockstar sent me an email when they released it. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. That game is very, very pretty. You know, we'll see. How it transpires. Got a year. In the meantime, we'll play Red Dead. All right, so I got to punch the spots, and I broke the damn drill bit, so I'm gonna get another drill bit so we can drill and punch the spots. We'll do this right this time. The drill bit Do you have a normal punch? If so, use that. A normal punch. No, normal punch. Oh, he means a nominal punch. Oh. I don't know where the damn punch is that we, the screw punch. I had something, hold on. We had something from when we were drilling out the transmission that I had in here. Let me see if I can find it. Ah. Yeah, that's not what I want. No. Nada. Yeah, I don't know where that thing went. Doesn't matter. I'll just keep using what I was using. So I count one spot there, one spot there. Looks like we got one there, and one there. And it looks like there's Bondo underneath this. Oh boy. I gotta get a small drill bit out. Okay, got my small drill bit. You know what, we should probably, yeah, we can, let me punch him and let's do it right. Do it right, do it right, do it right. Come on. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm just giving something for a drill bit to
Discovery, go
start.
and throttle up.
You just gotta give it something to start on. It starts by just punching a little hole. Like I said, this side is way less rusty because there was none of whatever that damn weld or brazed lead or whatever. That's not here. Whoever did this side did it a lot better. I can't really tell if there's a spot weld there. Yeah, it's right there. That one I already drilled. I was testing this last night. There's not much fascia below that, so. Okay, now we're gonna go through these with the drill. I'm just trying to get the spot, give a little bit of a divot. Enough of a divot for the spot weld drill bit to pick up on. I think this is a reverse bit that I put on here. Doesn't have to be much, it's just a little bit for it to pick up on. What is that? Oh, stamping number. Cool. It's backwards though. I'll tell you what it says in a second. Oh, that one didn't want to do. There it goes. I'm just putting a little dimple in there. So once again, the spot welder has something to pick up on. Am I pushing too hard, dudes? That's like the fourth bit that's done that today. I think I might be pushing too hard. Cheap bits, yeah. Let the bit do the work. Dude, if I just sit there, it doesn't do anything. Like right here, let's pick up. Doesn't do it. That's weird. There's one, thank you. Bits and chips. The pushing is not quite in plane. Oh, all right. I'll try to keep her straight. This is a wood bit, I'm pretty sure. Freaking stupid drill index. Here, this is a metal bit. That's a wood bit. I must have put it back in the wrong spot, dudes. I don't get it. I don't get it, mate. None of these are going through. Drill turning the wrong way? I tried both directions, man, because I got confused, dude. Yeah, tried both directions. I was like, let's try the other way. Maybe I'm stupid. Because the first bit that we were using that was actually doing really well was a reverse bit. But I'm pretty sure this high-speed steel drill bit set, titanium. Okay. You sure about that? You sure about that? All right, are we going the right direction, guys? That's the right way. Titanium suck, you need cobalt. Yeah, I guess so. That one went. This one's doing its thing. There we go. I swear those other ones were wood bits, dude. I'm not even pushing and this one's going. Okay. That one went. Okay. Okay, got that one. We're still kind of rusty in the same spots, dudes. And I'm not sure if there's a spot weld right here. It's hard to say. I don't think there is. It looks like somebody hammered the heck out of this thing. But somebody other than me. All right, showtime. Let's gack these things down here. Yeah. Let's get the big drill. The spot weld cutter. There's only 4 spot welds on this side, and there's 8 in the same spot on the other side, dude. That's weird. Those are definitely through. Okay, on to these ones. I punched through because I'm an idiot. That's good enough. Should be able to pry the rest of the way. Let me just get all this crap out of this. Ah, I punched through. Damn. I did it again. Crap. Yeah, it's really kind of not difficult, but it's kind of tough to see where, like how far you are through. Like, I'm pretty sure that's enough. I don't think we needed to go any further than that. I punched through. I'm worried there's just not really a lot of metal behind this thing. That's good. Why? Stop it. Prick. like you know, now that I'm like doing this more, you can kind of feel it. You can feel when it goes through, like it gets springy a little bit, I guess. Like right there, that's it. That's all it takes. It doesn't take much. That was me, I slipped. Nope, it's just a weird angle. Like you can feel it, it starts to get springy. It's very subtle though. I don't know, I suppose maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay. Let's see. You keep overdoing it. Yeah. CAD drawing for reassembly later. Oh, thank you. What's going on here? I'm getting the rear panel, or attempting to get the rear panel off of this thing. So we can get at the trunk floor and fix it. Okay, that's separated. Doesn't seem like we got all of this. This thing should want to pop right off, but it doesn't want to. Maybe we'll get at it from the bottom first. A lot of rust. Again, not anything we didn't know. There we go. Got it to pop. Is there another spot weld right there? I can't really tell. There we go. I got it. It's that guy. Just being a little stubborn. We can always hammer and dolly this thing back to flat, so I'm not too worried about it. It's old steel, it'll be fine. That one isn't all the way through. Now it's through. And I mean through. Like through. Something's keeping us attached here. Like I missed the spot weld or something. I don't think I did. There we go. Got it. Okay. That one's not all the way through either. I have no idea how, but it's not. More holes, more better? Yeah. Not really. Just more work for us to do later, but yep. We're still welded right there. See if I can just get a good swipe at it. We didn't get all that damn spot weld. We got most of it though. There we go. That's gonna suck. There's a spot. I missed one. It's like right there.
Clifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's that?
What do you call a Viking who lost his boat? A hiking.
Okay. Hey, Geeson. Leave the wedge in when you're drilling. Oh, okay. Man, they really went to town with this dang thing. We're almost separated, dude, and we're close. See, this part's going to be tough because there's nothing down there. There's no quarter. See, there's just nothing. I might have to angle grind this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at that subbing. Thank you. Good fella, just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just give it a little tappy. Tap, 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 taparoo. Yeah. There is one spot right there. No, that's not going to work. I had it backwards. Should be able to get it. We're going to have to remake this flange. Some of it up there can be saved. But yeah, we'll see if we can zap. Or at least flatten this one out, fill in the welds, and grind it smooth. What we really need to keep is the recess pieces. But yeah, man, this is a lot of work. You got to really take your time with this, huh? I don't mind it. It's actually pretty cool. It's a turbo. There's just a little bit of weld hanging on there. It's just a teeny weeny bit right there. Where does the spot weld go? That's right, it goes in this square hole. At what point would a thin reciprocating saw be helpful? That's why old guys restore cars. They could be have an excuse to get away from the nagging misses. Yeah. I decided to make it my job. I don't know what that says about me, Cyber Smile. There's like two spots right next to each other. Okay, let's get at it with the spot welder again. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. There's still just a smidge. There we go. I got it. Oh, there really isn't much of that frickin' thing left, but there we go. Totally separated. You gotta keep them separated. All right. I'm pretty sure that that side is detached. Let's see, can we move this? We could definitely move this one. What about over here? There we go. Oh man, there it goes. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. That one moved just a little bit. Looks like we're still welded over here. Looks like there's some spot welds just hanging out. Making good progress though, bros. Real good. The inner top corner is still holding it. Yeah. Our structure is keeping this thing very strong. The bracing was, yeah, I'm happy we did that. I'm happy we triangulated it because it is not moving. Yeah, right there. There's another spot weld. How is that still spot welded? Dang it. It looks like there's two of them right next to each other, dudes. It's gonna eat into that though. Might be rust holding it together, dudes. Because I am not 100% sure what else is still here holding this thing. Did I miss a spot? I don't see any spot welds there. Let's try getting at it this way. There's a little bit of one right there. Oh, she's hanging on by a thread, dudes. And got it. It's just a little bit. There it is. Oh, we're almost there. See, I told you that side wouldn't have been as bad. See? There we go. That's all separated. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Yeah, there's a bunch of spots all down the bottom, Dean, we got to get at. But it's pinch welded to the trunk. I might just cut it. I might just cut it all out. Now, I'm wondering over here. Looks like there's another spot weld. There's a small one right there. Yeah, I see it. It actually looks like there's two. There's two little guys right there. What do you guys think? Look. See them? 1 and 2. One right there, one right there. Coronet really looks good from the back. Dude, it's a sick looking car. I just, B-body Chryslers, man, you can't lose. The looks are just very, very nice. Very nice on the eyes, dudes. I think those guys are right up in there. Let me get the small drill with the drill bit. You know, this is a lot easier when you pilot the holes with a drill. Like, way easier. Like, I'm stupid for not doing that, but now we know. Hear that noise? The rup, rup, rup. Ready? Ha ha! Ha ha! Ed boy! There it goes, Ed boy! Dude, somebody went to town with the spot welder over here. This guy over here was like, you know, you only need like 4, right? And the other guy's like, nah. Send it. You know, he's like, my side's better. Look, it's got more. Good. Killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow. You serious? Thank you, God! Yeah, with the Clecos, we'll get this done. This will be really easy to, you know, knock on wood. It'll be really easy to get this all back together. Oh yeah. Damn, one of my tacks failed. Crap. Stop it. Crap. The tack on this thing it moved. I can set it back into position. Emergency welding session. Nah, it's fine. It's okay. We didn't lose that much structure. There we go. She's fixed. All good. It was back in its position too. And that's good because that, I mean, we didn't really lose much cross, but yeah, that's fine. You ideally really don't want that to happen, but it's fine, especially after you know, cut structure out of the car. Okay. See, I would say, well, now we got to drill the spot welds out on the bottom. I've been kind of waiting for you guys on this one, waiting for your input. I mean, technically, we should try to salvage as much of this as we can. The problem is that there really ain't much there. That's the rear cross member. And that's what's left of the bumper bracket mount. Believe me, if I could have done that, it was not structural. Don't worry about that. Which tells me that we're really only attached right there, and then a couple of pinch welds in the center. Already cutting the trunk out, so I might just zap that and call it a day. How's your tetanus shot? I got one a little while back. Don't worry. Don't dig about trying to repair what's already gone. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Rear cross member is shot. There's nothing left. The backs of the frame rails are shot. There's nothing left there. So where the heck are we still attached? We're still attached over there and over there with a couple of spot welds here and there. We should be able to get through it. Or we could just cut it and make a new flange. Point is, the point is that I'm trying to save this. You can buy these. You can buy them. They're like $300. So I'm trying to save this as much as we can. But the thing is, they're like, look, see the cross member's moving with this, and it really shouldn't be. The good news is that our bracing is true as hell, dude. See how when I move this, none of the quarter panels move or anything? We're still getting that up and down movement that I was kind of afraid of, but not bad, dude. Not bad at all. To be honest, I'm starting to think that this car isn't worth it anymore. Kind of sad. Would Fleetari friggin' give up? Would Fleetari give up? Hell no, he wouldn't. But terve, Mikale. I don't know what else he says. He would not give up. No, it's not Car Theseus. It's not. It kind of will be when we're done, but that doesn't matter. Legally, that don't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Legally? Because as long as the VIN plate is the same, that's the root part, same car. And who cares? I don't have any memories with this freaking car. My only memory is driving it down the road and almost killing myself when the brakes failed. Don't worry about it. My thing is that frame rail, that and the cross member are the most important parts. I'll fix it. You haven't gotten that thing off yet? Dude, shut up. Shut up. You have no idea what kind of hell is going on here. We'll fix it, Hellfish. We'll fix it. We'll retriangulate it. Stop being a bitch. All y'all. Are y'all a bunch of bitches? Smells like bitch in here. Okay. Yeah, we gotta go PG. I got a wedgie. Sorry. I need to hydrate. There we go. Says the man with an old Chrysler Proj. That's it. It's an old Dodge. What are you expecting? A straight car? What are you, nuts? I know it'll be fixed. My point lies more in strategy than feasibility. We get the jacks, just like I was talking about. We have plenty of reference here for cars that are straight. This shouldn't be too hard to put back together. We've got everything triangulated. I'm really not worried. Like, this car is still pretty strong, man. Even with this back piece out, I was worried it wouldn't be strong. But these quarters are something fierce, man. Look at that thing. That ain't moving at all. Wow. Sick. You know what that tells me, dude? This car is strong right now. It's still structural. Somehow. I can't figure that one out. Oh, my burp just did, though. Yeah. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm ready. Let me just check I got to check strategically, check some clearances for the flag, clearances for the circus. Okay. All right. I'm going to Sawzall that. We can Sawzall that. It's just the ends. The ends are what we got to worry about now. There's just a little bit of a spot weld here. And guess what, dude? That one should be easy to get. Would you please save the planet and recycle it? Recycle it. Save the planet and recycle it. You know nothing of saving the planet, my friend. You know nothing. Because throwing away a car and buying another one is not saving the planet. That's using more energy, not less. Throwaway culture is ass, and it deserves to be shunned at every corner. I'm fixing my stupid car. This thing is well and away paid for its carbon footprint 3 or 4 times over, despite being a gas guzzler. It's definitely paid for it. There we go. Buying a new crap box, Econo box with non-recyclable parts that you throw away after 80,000 miles is not saving the planet. That's doing the opposite of it, Norris. We're hanging on just by a spot weld over there. That ain't saving the planet, brother. No space news today. Chat wanted to keep going, Northern Sky. Do you have any questions about anything in particular? No, seriously though, Norris, I'm not kidding. This thing is well and away paid for its carbon footprint, the energy that it costs to make. Even though it doesn't have a fuel-efficient engine in it. This thing, seriously, it's paid for its carbon footprint. It's way past net zero. Think about it. It absolutely is. Sorry, EJ, too many very bad experience with old stuff. Dude, think about it. If I got rid of this and I went and bought a new car, right? Imagine how much more energy it takes to make a car. Even a car nowadays that's fuel efficient. Think about it. You end up polluting even more by buying a new car, by buying a new television, by buying a new this, buying a new that. And it's a fake. Where's the Bondo? Oh, we got most of it off, dude. Nah, dude. Trust me, it's better if we save this thing. It's not better for my wallet, but it's better for your environment. I'm serious, dudes. That's not bull crap. Okay. All right. I just zipped the rest of this off here. I probably shouldn't have, but we're hanging on by a thread. That's all separated. There's a little bit right there. Let me get my snips back. There, I would try to like drill more spots out over there, guys, but there's nothing to drill. Seen a city's channel on YouTube called Infrastructure. He's done a series creating a county in Mass. Really cool. I think you'll enjoy it. ChatGPT agrees with me. I know ChatGPT agrees with me, guys. It's just engineering. To understand engineering, you have to understand that energy and how it's generated it's a zero-sum game. All right? If you want to move 2 tons of something over there, it's always going to cost the same amount of energy. Now, there are more efficient ways to generate said energy, but it's always going to cost the same amount of energy. If you understand that calculating energy and like how energy comes together, electricity, nuclear, whatever, any type of energy, kinetic energy, whatever, potential energy, heat energy, electrical energy. If you understand that it's, you know, it's addition, it's not, I mean, this is a very, 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 very simplified version of the laws of thermodynamics, but that's the idea. If you understand that it's a zero-sum game, it's always going to cost the same amount of energy to move that over there, then it makes a lot more sense saving an old car. How come you shaved your head? It's hot. It's hot in here, dude. I didn't shave my head. I gave myself a nice buzz cut. You know, it mostly covers up my balding head. Mostly. Mostly. It's not about the energy. It's about starter of the week and clutch of the month club. I don't know what that means, but all right. Electric car engines are roughly 95% efficient. Combustion is roughly 20%. So yeah, when the rubber hits the road, an electric car is more efficient going down the road. But that doesn't take into account the costs. The electric cars are a more complicated piece of equipment. And it requires much more manufacturing than this thing ever did. This thing was made in a shed. An electric car needs all types of computers and stuff. And I'm not saying computers are bad. I'm just saying it takes more energy to manufacture one of those things. Way more energy than this thing ever did. To the point where over the total life cycle of energy involved in building this car, from all the energy that it took to build it, the line, manufacturing all the equipment, all the people on the line, all the robots on the line, all the electricity, all the sum of all the energy needed to make a vehicle like a Model S or something, bro, that almost did. I'm not trying to say that that thing passes this thing's carbon footprint, but it absolutely does. But you save a couple miles, you're saving fuel, I guess. That's good. No carbon emissions. That's cool. But you got to remember all the carbon emissions in the first place. You need more carbon emissions to make an electric vehicle because electric vehicle is way more complicated than this thing is, despite being mechanically simple. That's not bull crap, dudes. It's just physics. There we go. Either way, I don't know. You want to drive an electric vehicle? Electric vehicles are cool. I don't have any problems with EVs. It's just important to understand that. You have a bad history with 60s and 70s era Chrysler products? It's a labor of love, Norris, for sure. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at, dude, but what's the beverage of choice? Canada Dry. Got it before the tariffs. It's made here. It's just the name, but it's still funny, right? No? No? All right, cool. Anyway. Older 318 V8, likely in the range of 12 to 15 miles per gallon on average. I bet you could push 20 with this thing going down the highway, home planet. Yeah, if you tune the carbs, tune the carb out, you de-jet the carburetor and make the engine run lean with a big radiator, you could probably get 20 miles a gallon in this car. Sure, no problem. Guys, this car isn't as heavy as you think it is. It's a big car. But look, there's nothing inside of it. It's actually pretty light for its size. You'd think this car is 5,000 pounds. It's probably 3,300 pounds, maybe. Maybe 3,300. What's that in like? Yeah, maybe it's probably closer to 34, 35 maybe. That's like, I don't know, 1,500 kilos? Maybe. It's not bad. It's not as heavy as you think. There's nothing in it. It's hollow. This is all hollow. It's just a big shape. Bondo doesn't weigh much. The sad thing, Norris, is that you think the 70 Challenger is one of the best looking cars ever. What was your bad experience with Chrysler, man? I mean, yeah, of course, it's a piece of junk, dude. Of course, I'm not going to say that it's not, but we can fix it, bro. We're going to fix it, and it's gonna be tight, y'all. Okay, just got a little bit more to drill out over here. I love your car. Micon, she wants to be saved. We're gonna save it. I shouldn't, but we should. She tells you things. This one tells you it wants to be saved. I mean, look at how mechanically simple it was to get the engine back up and running. Transmission still is leaking a little bit, and that sucks, but brakes dialed in, we got everything dialed in. I'm telling you, these things tell you stuff, dude. This one wants to be saved, so I'll save it. And then maybe later we'll cut it up and make it a two-door, I don't know. Yep, Zane, that's right. Last, please. Any plans for Red Dead 2 tonight? Yeah, maybe. To create a smaller carbon footprint, is it worth it to put more fuel efficient engine in there? Or is this question relying on many variables? What is a fuel efficient engine? What do you mean? Put a 4-cylinder in it? 4-cylinder is not going to get you better gas mileage than this, dude. It's not strong enough. Well, maybe actually a K-swapped K24 in this thing would be pretty funny. That would piss so many people off. A modern engine, a modern V8 would probably be better, and I should have one lined up here sooner rather than later. Just weld the transmission pan shut, it won't leak anymore. Yeah. Like with a 4-banger, the 4-banger is going to be struggling and it's going to generate a ton of heat. You really, like a rocket, right? 1,000, like a rocket. You know, you played Kerbal, right? Thrust to weight ratio. That's really important, especially with cars, okay? This is why, like, you know, even though the speed limit is like 80 miles an hour, why cars can go 150. It's not that, it's because at 80 they're very efficient. They go very efficient. Sometimes a bigger motor for your application is better. This thing, this car, this shape with this weight needs about 300 horse. Give or take, maybe a little bit less than that. You could probably do with like 270. 300 horse would be like fuel efficient for this car. And guess what the 318 made from the factory? It made about that. Probably a little bit less. It made the torque though, because big V8. Hellcat crate engine, a Cummins swap. Cummins might be a little too much torque for the application. But 1,000, there's a lot. It's just like picking out propulsion for a rocket. You know, you're not going to use a swivel engine when you need a vector engine, right? Same idea. This car doesn't need more than 400 or 500 horsepower. Like, that's really the upper echelon of what this chassis kind of, I mean, you could do more. This chassis wasn't really designed to go past that. You'd have to start reinforcing things, right? Hey, Maddie, what's going on? Like a Cummins swap would bend this thing. It would bend the entire car, even if we fixed everything and reinforced it. It really depends, dude. It depends on what you're trying to do. Have we reached peak efficiency? Seemed like everyone is moving to 2.0 turbos instead of 6s or 8s. No, not really. Put a Windsor in it and watch people flip their lids. No, I'm not doing that. What do you think about hot swapping batteries for electric cars? It's a way to go. Either way, it's great to see you work on it. Yep. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, dudes. Let's get back to work. 427? Yeah. Do you like modern diesels? Make it choke on its own exhaust and force it to use DEF? Yeah. No. No, I'm good. I'm good, Flacken. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, we're almost there. All right. There's a couple of spots right there. And a couple of spot welds on what's left of the the right trunk extension. And then here's a piece of the cross member. So we have a couple of spots to drill and then a couple to drill over here. This is going to be tough. This plate is going to be really hard to get at. The rest of this, we'll Sawzall it. It's really not connected anyway. Seriously, there's nothing connecting this. It's hanging on by a thread. That's the strongest part of this back piece now. A 283 in here would be great. The 318 is fine. I did find a 440 near me though, but it was $1,500. It's not in the budget right now. That doesn't mean there won't be 440s around later. This thing would be cool with a 440 in it, just for the wow factor. But our fuel economy would go in the trash, dude. Do we have space news today? Cheeseburger, I'm kind of in the middle of this. If you have any questions about space news, just ask, dude. There's really not much in the cycle today. A WB-57 was booked for Starship for the 21st. So that's probably when Flight 9 is going to go. But I'll be honest with you, dudes, I can't guarantee that I'm going to be there because of the whole wedding thing, you know? Anyway. So I can Sawzall that right there. And then we just got to get at these other welds over here. So let me get my mask back on. Mask, hearing protection, glasses. Let's burn this. We'll maybe switch to after hours when we'll maybe switch to after hours when this is done. I really want to get this done. I wanted to. Guys, I'll be honest, like, okay, just on a quick side note, I don't want this car to be a 10-year project. I want to get it done. And a complex hot swap system. Yeah, I'd say, Aqualex, I agree. I think going after charging range is the right move. What wedding things? I'm in a wedding, and I think I don't want to say when it is, guys, just for personal reasons. I'm in it. I'm married. I've been married for a while. And if I said, guys, basically, because I don't want to say when the weddings, I want to leave a nominal range open and stuff because privacy. If it's the 3rd or 4th week of May, I can't go down to Boca Chica, but that doesn't mean we're not going to cover it here. I just have to be here. Good luck with that. So yeah, that just means that I'll cover Starship on my stream. It'll be great. All right, let's get to this. I just got to brush off over here, and we got to figure out where those dang old spot welds are. Oh, I can see them. There they are. How much of that is... It's these three. These three, there's three pinched right here. So this on the other side is not here. I just, yeah, cut that all out. All right. All right, can you guys see those? 3 spots. Let's get it on the other side. Okay, we got 4 spot welds there. We got 3 up there. Let's get the small drill. Punch first. Here, let me zip you guys down. Going down. Yow! Working like a dirt. Oh, I don't know the words. Oh, yeah. Herpa derpa derpa derpa. Oh, herpa derpa deedly derp. Herp, yeah. Herpa derp derp derper deep. Deedly deepity herp. Herpa derpa derp derpa derp derp derp. Herpa derpa derp. Is that a microwave? Yeah, dude, I got a kitchen out here. Or a kitchenette, there's no water. Jason's still around, Coltec. He's around from time to time. He's doing his own thing, though. I'm about to do my thing. Moving, yeah. Grooving, yeah. Man, I have no idea how we're gonna get at those. That's gonna suck. We got to get these spots. It's that. That's gonna be. Yeah. No, I should. Yeah. Maybe we can get them. The drill is going to be hard to get up in there. Well, I don't want to cut them out, Flykin, because when we get new trunk extensions, that's the trunk extension. You see it right there? See this little bit? It's not lined up, but it looks like the rear fascia panel, the quarter panel, and the trunk extension are all sandwiched together right here in this big old pinch weld. See it? At least I think. Nope, it's not the trunk extension. This pinch weld is just, well, hang on. Oh yeah. Now the trunk extension is tacked to it. Oh boy, we're gonna need quarters. We're gonna need rear quarters. That's gonna be sucky to freaking fix. Yeah, see this big old pinch right here? That's the part that I'm kind of like about. We could just drill holes through it. If we're gonna replace this, just drill right through. Don't even need the spot welder. I'm not worried about the trunk extension here. That trunk extension is gone. It's totally rotted. We can't fix it. And the quarter's already gone from here down. The bottom of the quarter panel should be right here. That's gone. That was cut out a long time ago. That's where we found that funny patch panel. You could see all the pop rivets. So what I'm trying to do is save the flange here so I can see it, because this on the other side is gone. It's not there anymore. I literally just cut the last bit. I really need to see what this shape looks like so we can bend it and make a new one. So I really would like to save this as much as we can. But I think, you know, if we got to replace the quarter, we can't patch that. So if we got to replace the quarter, just drill through. Just drill the hole out, right? Am I thinking about this correctly, dudes? Cut the rear fascia panel and bend it in, out of the way, and then drill them later. What's the trunk extension? You think you'll make this look straight? Oh, I will. I have all the tools to do it. I just got to do it. And you guys got to appreciate, you guys got to watch, like, to an extent. Yeah, getting at that pinch is going to be a pain in the tuckish. But we can drill those. The trunk extensions, Flykin, are they're a structural piece that connects the trunk pan to the outer quarter. It's a connector piece here. It's flat, and you can see it right there. You can see the flange. I would cut the pinch off and go from there. Cut the pinch. Cut this piece? Yeah, maybe. Nah, give me the drill. Let's see if, let's attempt to do it right. Attempt, okay? We'll attempt to do this correctly. So let me actually bring you guys down here. You guys got to get on my level. You know what I mean? All right, let's attempt to do this right. So we could start with drilling these spots. I'm just trying to drill a little bit of a pilot hole here. Just enough so we can get at it. Now I'll try to drill these this way. I'm trying to save that flange as best as I can. So I'm gonna do this backwards. We'll drill them backwards. Okay, so let's get the lubricant. Remember, it's lubricant, not lubricant, okay? Got it. I got one. All right. Come on, baby. Almost. It's good enough. Oh, come on, you. That one's close, but I don't think I got it. Almost. Got it. I punched through. Ah. All right. Hey. Punching through is all right, though, dude. Punching through is okay. That's fine. All right. Cool. Now, let's go around over here. Like this. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Just got to get those three. Ready? It's getting too hot. All right, where's the press? Where's the punch? I need the pry. It's the thing. The you know, the thing with the pry and the claws and the beak. El Diablo. I think it's Mexican for like a fighting chicken or something. Yummy PB fumes. Oh yeah, they're delicious. It's powdered sugar. It's delicious. The Laos hate the sugar. Great. Oh, there's the punch. All right. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I got one. Ow! Who put this rusty car here? Gloves? Gloves and steering wheel! Yeah, probably a good idea. Was that Serpico up on your wall? Scarface. Joe, you know what your problem is? Pussycat, you got nothing to do with your life. You just sit home
and wait all day, waiting around for me to come and eat dinner with you. You got nothing to do with your life. Say hello to my little friend. Yeah.
Almost got it. I'm gonna need it looks like it's just tacked right on the edge, right there. Either that or it's filler. I can't really tell.
Hey, Tony Montana, you screw with me, you screw with the best.
There we go. There we go. I got it. Yeah, there ain't much of this left either. Ain't much left of that. All right. Hoo-ah. There we go. It's off. All right. Ready? Okay. All right, we got it. Just had to open up the seam a little bit. I'm worried we're still connected right there. Yeah. Well, there's not much down here to replicate, but we did get all the pinch welds out. That's all moving. Spot weld. There's a little tiny spot weld right here. That's hanging on by a thread. There we go. Got it. I mean, I basically got it. I'm just trying to see where she's still connected. It's just a couple of threads of rust that's holding this thing together, dudes. All right, let me get a couple of snips. I know you lost the picture. Give me 1 second. So it's just that seam right there that's holding this whole thing together, dudes. Or holding the whole back end of this car together. There's a little bit of structure right there, but it's rusty and we ain't saving that, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. All right, dudes. Net lag. Thanks for the resub, man. All right. We're about to see the fruits of all of our labor here. You know what? How much do we have to grab at here? We got to drill out, I don't know, maybe 10 spot welds, maybe. Or we could just zip this thing out. Just wanna make sure I don't hit anything. Because this right here, that's the only thing that's holding this together now. It's behind this seam sealer. You know what? I'll drill the spots on the back. Screw it. Well, I don't know. I don't want to cut at some of the Okay. I made up my mind. Ready? See, if we had a good trunk pan and everything, and it looked great, and everything was fine and happy, I would not do this. The only reason I'm doing this is because there's nothing left down there. I drilled out and I was very careful and I measured all the spots that mattered. This spot don't matter no more. That's why we're going to do it this way. Got about halfway. What, is that thing loud? Huh. You guys said it wasn't loud before. Oh, maybe that was something else. Hold on. We lost a tack. Crap. Tack didn't work. I'm a little pissed off that we lost it, but that's okay. What am I stuck on? Nothing. All right, let's get at it from the other side. Headphone users. Headphone users. Come on. There we go. Done. Oh. Oh. Huh. Nice. Okay. Out. Oh man. Yeah, see, there was nothing holding this. We could have, like, if this was nice, we would have drilled all these spots out. It's nothing. It's not even connected. So I just took the whole damn thing out. We cut it on the seam with a trunk pan. Sorry, that was loud, dudes. The angle grinder wasn't loud, so I assumed that this one wasn't as well. That's my fault. So we'll keep the rear panel and we'll fix it. But look, we're still triangulated and we are pretty damn strong. Nice. There we go. I'm a little pissed one of my tacks came undone, but I don't think we lost that much structure. I'll tack that better next time. In fact, let's do it now while it still fits. Okay, there you go. Well, that has not been off of there in 56 years. We are slowly but surely getting rid of all the frigging rust. Slowly. See, look, I didn't do this. See that? I didn't cut that. That was just like that. It's bad. That's not great. It's a lot of car coming out of there. Frame rails are still solid despite the freaking Titanicness. We're gonna have to rebuild. That's junk. Gonna have to rebuild the flanges. But that's okay. I'll figure out how to rebuild them and where this all needs to be located when we words. When we go to rebuild them. That was the right thing to say. There we go. All right, I got to re-weld that. Give me 1 second. Are you sure this is how to change a light bulb? It's returning to its lowest energy state. It's returning to something, dude. Oh my goodness. What the frick, dude? I just sat back and looked. What the frick did we just get ourselves into? Oh no. Oh, the back of the car is sitting on the ground over there. That's like his stomach blood on the ground back there. I mean, I'm no doctor, but you know, with cartilage and bones, I mean, it was like one clean chunk. Let me get the welder out. I'm just gonna retack the bracing. See if we can just get it to the position that it was in. There we go. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. You're really not supposed to, you know, that's supposed to not come apart during your disassembly, the bracing, but it looks like we had enough in here to keep the structure. And look, this, I mean, it's wobbling, but it's still pretty strong. This is the weakest part right here because there's no trunk extension connecting it because we took it out because it was, the only thing connecting it was Bondo. Dude, this is nuts. Wow. What can of worms did we friggin' open here? Dude, frame rails are still solid. Unbelievable. How? How is that possible? Whatever. Whatever, dog. Ain't asking questions. That's sick. Frame rails find a way. I'd take the exhaust off. Yeah, I've been kind of avoiding doing that. Yeah, I've been kind of avoiding doing that. I'm not going to lie to you. At this point, I'm not entirely sure if the exhaust isn't holding the rest of the car together. Why is there so much car in the frame rails, damn it? Ah! Jeez. Oh. Frick. Crap. Find any more mice? No, I don't see any. I don't see any in here, dude. I definitely know there was mice living in it when we started. Definitely found some mouse droppings around, like outside, like right outside the door. Now testify. But I don't know, it could have just been a mouse that was outside. But there was a big fucking mouse nest in here. We still gotta get this drip rail out, but we'll do that after this is all reinforced. Because I gotta replace that. That one looks okay though. Homeboy went to town with the freaking spots over here. That's probably why this one is okay. What the frick? What is that, silly putty? Dude, overall, this flange, I thought that flange was toast. That one's pretty good. This one ain't bad either. Yeah. These flanges are not as, they're okay. It's just down there. It's everywhere but the flanges. I think this might be silly putty. I thought it was seam sealer, but then I noticed that you can morph it. Oh. You know what? That's going in the trash. Who knows what the hell that is? Got it. Nice. This is all good, man. This is good. From here down, though, we got some problems. Eat it, you coward. No. Did the tack come out? Both the diagonal tacks came undone. What the hell, man? Okay. We're probably back, but it's probably buzzing. The base station ran out of battery. I'm sorry for the little bit of buzz that's going on. We keep getting less and less car. Well, yeah. Jeez. Dude, that was a lot of work. That was a lot of work. Sounds fine? Good. Yeah, see, this is what I was wondering. I was wondering how much up and down play we'd have. But this one, that one ain't moving because that what's left of a trunk extension is still holding that together. Nice. Nice, dudes. Seriously, this is not bad considering the amount of work we did. We're gonna have to clean up that rear fascia plate. I don't know how the heck we're gonna do that, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Is this the biggest project for this car? Second biggest, Mason. The biggest one would be doing the torsion bar cross member and then the floor pan. That one's gonna be hard, but this is a good place to start. What I'm doing is I'm rebuilding structure into the back of the car because there was none. I mean, actually, there was a good amount of structure here, but it needs to be rebuilt, and that's okay. Redo this drip rail. Yeah, man, it's gonna be sick. Redo this drip rail, plug that back in. Once that thing is good, do the pans, do the extensions, rebuild the rear frame rails. It's gonna be a little bit difficult, but we'll get it. We'll get it. I ain't worried. Wow. That's cool. I've never gone this far with a car before. I've never done something this nuts. Ever. But this is ambitious, but we'll do it. We'll do it. And when it's finished, it's gonna be insane. Crazy. You got this. I'm not worried. I got all the heebie-jeebies out when we found all the rust. Hey, buddy, I hope you're having a good day working on your car. I spoke to my dad about what you said in the past about wanting to learn more about hydraulics. He's in that business for almost 60 years, so he's retired. I'd be glad to teach you about hydraulics if you're interested. Oh, I'll reach out if I want to know more, dude. Thank you. Adding a giant detachable crossbow to the top would be fire. A crossbow. No, that's okay, man. Wow. I want to keep going. I want to keep going, but we should. I think this is a good time to stop. We will. We'll continue on this tomorrow. Ooh. There's no back to this damn car. We cut the back off the damn car. Why did we do that? No, in all seriousness, this doesn't look too bad. This is the important part to me. I want this piece here. What happens down below? Yeah, we're gonna need new pieces down there, but once we get the extensions in, shouldn't be too bad. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, like I'm fascinated by this because I've never, like, whoa. There is no car. There's no car. There's no back to this. It's gone. That's so cool. Why did you do that? I gotta get at this rust. See all the rust in there? We gotta get it. We gotta get it out of there. Rust to a car is like cancer. It's the only solution is to amputate. Not really, but you get the idea. We got to amputate, but fortunately with a car, you can add stuff back in. Maybe I don't know. Maybe with advances in modern science, we'll be able to graft like legs back onto people or something. I don't know. cut it out and replace it with new metal. So Zane, I have, what do I got coming for this? I have a new pan coming this week, new trunk pan, new trunk extensions. I have a drip rail and a new rear cross member coming. Yeah, we'll rebuild all the structure back into this. I'm pretty sure this is still true, despite the carnage back here. I'm pretty sure everything is still aligned. Then once that's all back in, we'll start working on the rear fascia. We'll clean it up, paint the damn thing, cut the old cross member out, what's left of the old cross member on that thing, cut that thing out, put the brackets back on, remount, we'll re-weld the rear fascia back into position, right, as best as we can. And then from there, we'll do the quarters. Hopefully I have enough money, we have enough money back by then. And then once the quarters are done, that's when we'll start getting at the wheelhouses. We get at the wheelhouse, we rebuild that, the whole back of this car becomes rock solid. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll start with the trunk pan. We get the pan back in, reinforce everything back here, trunk extensions, rear cross member, and then once we have enough structure built back in, yeah, rear fascia will go back on, new drip rail, then we start cutting out the rot out of what's left of the quarters. And then from there, we move to rockers, then floor pan, and then actually rockers, torsion bar cross member, and floor pan, and then we're done. Then that's it. This car's good to go. That's what I mean. This is the second biggest thing. One of the biggest things that we need to do is cut out the old the torsion bar cross member because there's nothing left. Damn, dudes. We did work. I'm so happy. I mean, there's carnage under here, but that's pretty cool. One parts. The pan, the extensions, the drip rail, and the rear cross member are coming this week, guys. So, yeah, it's the shipping company said it's going to be Wednesday or Thursday. So, I'm thinking we hit this again tomorrow. We'll do a Space News tomorrow, though. I mean, we could just still do a Space News now. We got to get the pan out. We got to get the trunk pan out. Yeah. Get the trunk pan out, get the vent lines out, move the rear harness out of the back of the car. We're going to have to patch the inner wheelhouses a little bit, but that's okay. I got strong steel to do it. This is cool. This is cool, dudes. I hope you guys enjoy it. I think this is super neat. I'm super excited about this. I'm not gonna lie, this is neat. Well, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? Do you guys enjoy it? I mean, I know it's not gaming. I know it's not Kerbal. I know it's, it's not workers. But this is cool, man. You're deep, buddy. Might as well go frame up. Yeah. I didn't know how to unmount a car. Nice haircut. Thank you. This is STEM. No, this is really cool. It's great to dip in and out over the afternoon as you work. Right on, dude. Just when we get this car fixed, we're going to go down the road. It'll be like a streamlined butterfly. Wonder if they have body kits for this car, the Coronet. Yeah, I think they do. I don't know. Dude, I'm happy because I thought I wrecked the flanges by punching through. But no, they're actually okay. which is good because that's saving this piece right here is less work for us. Seen my dad make a new front outer panel for a 71 Jeep from a 1990 Chevy 1500 hood, and he nailed all the curves. Dude, it's awesome. It was permagum. That knob stuff was permagum. Oh, all right. Sick. This thing is freaking cool, dude. I'm so excited. Yeah. I know that taking it out is the easy part, dudes. I know.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Awesome first milestone. As you said, before long we be good to go.
Putting it back in is going to be fun. A lot of measuring, I know. How much Space News is there today? If not, your vote would be pushed to RDR2. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might be able to do that. I really want to keep working on this, man. Kind of want to get that reciprocating saw and cut a lot of the trunk pan out. I don't know if we should, though. The trunk pan is the only, what's left of it is the only thing that's keeping the frame rails true. Oh, you know, that's what we should do. You know, that's going to keep the frame rails nice and straight. What's left of it, there's still some structure in there. It's not a lot, but it's there. Even if it isn't a lot, it's enough to hold them true. What we can do is we can mount the rear cross member, rebuild all this, weld that sucker all back together where the rear cross member goes, and then we pan the thing. Then we cut the trunk pan out. Yeah, it's a good idea. I think that's what we should do. OLM roll window starts in 3 hours. Well, we do have a Starlink launch, don't we? We need cutting discs? I have them. They're on the welding cart. Why, you guys didn't like the reciprocating saw? Too loud? Dude, I just want to look at it, man. There's so much potential to do cool stuff here. That was so cool. We unloaded the suspension, did this thing up right. Dude, it's still pretty strong, considering that's the weakest point. But yeah, this bracer bar absolutely helped us. Cool. Starlink in 1 hour and 48 minutes. It wasn't a reciprocating dingle arm, but you liked it. Hey man, what's to say here about Starship possibly taking off in a week or two? Phil, I've heard the 21st, in which case I'm not going down this time. Too close to a wedding for me that I'm in. Can't miss that. So I'll cover it here, but yeah, it's looking to third week of May. Also, the back of my car is missing, Phil. Loud, but in a demonic way, is that evocative of Screamcore. Yep. For show. Well, the back fell off. Well, don't worry, guys. The back has been removed from the environment. I assure you, this is not something that happens all the time. It's very weird. Very, very bizarre. It's not something that happens all the time. Don't worry, the back's been removed from the environment. Are you going to try to put a new bed in the back? Not try, we are. No, I heard that. I think they'll be all right. Was the back supposed to fall off? No, it's not supposed to fall off. That was very peculiar, I'm telling you. It's a very weird thing. Drive it like this? That is not a good idea. Yeah. RJ, that's no. That's a no. Let's not do that, bud. Keeping the 2 exhaust? Yeah, man. That's the Roadrunner exhaust, dude. Of course we're keeping that. Roadrunner, Roadrunner! Going 1,000 miles an hour. You guys ever heard that song? It's like a Massachusetts theme. Roadrunner, Roadrunner! You gotta drive to the Stop and Shop with the radio on. Yeah, Zane, right? Now that it's off, it looks way better in the sense of it looking easier to replace the trunk. I thought it was going to be way harder. It's like, and these cars aren't rocket science, dude. They're simple. They're simple. They're simply made. They're not. They're easy to manufacture. Like, that's the truth, dude. Yeah, it's not bad at all. This trunk's going to be easy. We just got to do a lot more spot weld drilling up in there. We got to drill out the spot welds all over the frame rails. Yeah, because the trunk pan goes all the way up to that hump up there. We got to remove the spare tire rack. I got to take the wire harness out. Yeah, the trunk pan goes all the way to here. It goes all the way in there, and then we'll pull this one out. And you know what the cool thing about it is? You know what the cool thing about it is? There's still good metal on this trunk pan. It's not a lot, but there's still pretty good metal here, here, and here. I'll cut it up. We'll cut it up and use it to patch other parts of the car. I'm not even kidding. Ship a Theseus my ass. Operation Human Shield my ass. No, we'll part of the pan that goes up over the rear end. That's good metal. We'll cut that out. I'll cut out the metal. We'll use it somewhere else. I mean, most of it is not good metal, but some of it is. Man. Replace that trunk pan. Yep. I became a car YouTuber. Yeah. Still like space though. Replace the trunk pan, there's no good metal. Yeah, that's what we've been saying, dude. Add 6 feet on and it'll be a Corocero. How much is the trunk pan? I thought... The trunk pan goes to here. It goes to here, halfway above the rear wheel well. Yeah, there's still some good metal there. The metal back there, there's still some good metal on the sides. We'll clean it up. We'll use it for patches. Easy peasy. Yeah, so yeah, we won't ship a Theseus this too much. Thought it stopped further back. I can't reach because the bracing's in the way, but yeah, it's basically right here. So the trunk pan goes up with the frame rails, and then it goes through right about here. And then that's when it splits with what's called the rear pan. The rear pan is right here. Yeah. The rear pan on this car is in mint condition. I have no idea how. Yeah, rear pan's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. Found another mouse nest. That's good. It's in the C-pillar. It's great. Great, good. Lovely. Vacuum that up. Parcel tray is good. Seat back connector's good. Rear pan is good. Actually, where's the seam? Let me see. Yeah. Oh. Actually, flanking, it's like right here. It's not there. It's pretty much right here. Trunk pan's a big piece, dude. That's why I had to get it shipped. It's not coming via FedEx. It's coming via a special logistics carrier. As an example price point, what is the price of the trunk pan? $270. The price point, the trunk pan's 270 bones, guys. But because it's freaking gigantic, you have to pay a lot of. There's a handling charge because it's too big. So, $200. So it's not $269. It's $469 because. Yeah. Because yeah. If you excuse me, mates, I'm gonna have myself a celebratory beverage here. Pretty sick, dude. Yeah, so for the pan, the extensions, the drip rail, and the rear cross member, it was about $1,200. It's about $1,200, man. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You guys financed this project, so we'll do it. Getting it straight out of a can is a vibe. I don't have my pouring glasses up here, dude. But I don't need a glass to enjoy Guinness. It's like drinking a loaf of bread. Oh. Is that a harp? Nah, Guinness, man. I love Guinness. Guinness and Yingling are my two big ones. Dude, I gotta take pictures. Hold on. We need to document this. You have money in your mouth? No, I said I'm gonna put it where my mouth was. That doesn't help. Whatever. The back of the car is gone, dudes. I have, like I said, never gotten this hardcore with the build before, ever. The nitrogen ball legit freaked you out the first time you opened Guinness in a can? Yep. Admiral, waiting for my transmission gear lube to drain right now. Your car streams are motivating. Hell yeah, dude. Trey, what's going on, man? The back of my car is gone. If it doesn't work out, make it a Mad Max prop instead. No, I'll see it through, guys. I'm going to see this one through. I've taken apart cars before, not to this extent. I've taken apart cars before and let it sit. We're not letting this sit. This is going to get done. It's going to get done. I'm not letting this car sit here for a decade like I did with my last project car. We're not doing that. I have a shop. There's no excuse. We are finishing this. I want this done. We're going to do it. What's the deadline? I don't know. I don't know what the deadline is. It really depends on how much I can recoup my funds, how quickly we can buy all the parts that we need. If we're going to get screwed by that $200 shipping charge every freaking time we go to buy more freaking parts for this thing, yeah, that's going to really suck. Well, that just means that what I'm going to do is we're going to save up some cash. So money is going to be the thing that kind of denotes how fast this is going to get done. But if we have to, I'll go buy metal stock. I'll buy the metal stock. I'll make the stupid pieces myself. Turkey rod by Thanksgiving. I want to get it done by the end of the summer, guys. It's probably not gonna. Dude, that is an ambitious goal. I want this car structurally sound by basically September 1st. Like structurally perfect. I want it perfect, metal-wise. I want all the metal work done by then. The reason why is because when all the metal work is done and everything's sealed up, we can put it outside, and it's not that big of a deal. This car needs to be running and driving, at least yard driving capable. I mean, you could yard drive it right now. You wouldn't get very far. It doesn't have a fuel tank. I want this thing good to go by the end of the summer at the very least. That means like sealed up, not leaking, you know, not dropping rust anywhere. Enough where I'd be okay, like I'd be fine with putting it outside and not having to worry about it rotting out anymore. Just because I'm not keeping the 59 outside in the winter. Absolutely not. So this is my summer car. That's right. Did you get the engine stuff figured out? Dude, the engine runs. Yeah. It has Admiral, something's wrong with one of the lifters, but I put Marvel Mystery Oil in and it got rid of the lifter tick. That 318 is pretty good, dude. I'd say that the drivetrain on this thing is pretty good, except for my freaking transmission pan that I can't seal to save my life. Next year, Woodward Dream Cruise. Yep. What's in the mystery oil? Don't know. It's a mystery. Do we know what's in it? No, it's a mystery, dude. Seriously, I poured mystery oil in and the lifter tick went away, dudes. Yeah. The ignition is good. The spark plugs are good. Pertronics is working. The coil is working. There's still a ground where there still was a weird electrical gremlin with the ground that we were chasing, but it's okay. Chrysler, best engines ever surrounded by sadness. You're not wrong, but shut up. What I really want, we need an 8 3/4 rear end. I want to keep this all Mopar stuff. Like, dude, I wouldn't mind keeping the 318 in it, to be honest. What I really wanted to do is a 440, but I do have a 5.7 sitting outside. 5.7 Hemi. This thing would be pretty cool with a 5.7 Hemi. In fact, that'd be actually pretty sick. Carburate a 5.7. Are you covering the rollout of Ola MB in a few hours? Yeah, I should. Maybe run better with new gas now versus what was in the tank. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm going to do with those things, but yes. Hey, AJ, did you know there's actually a shortage of Guinness right now, and there has been since November? They simply cannot make enough of the stuff. Also, tariffs are going to push the price up for importers. Love Guinness myself, by the way, full of iron goodness. We're not tariffing Ireland, dude. What are you talking about? We ain't tariffing Ireland. And I understand them not being able to make the stuff though, bro. Guinness is delicious. I love it. It is it's the weirdest thing. When I first drank it, I was like, oh, what the hell is this? But after I remember the point where I was like, you know what? I really like this. This is really tasty. I was eating Guinness with a steak, with I think it was a sirloin or something at a restaurant. And I'm like, I drank the Guinness, and then I had a cut of the buttery steak, and I was like, this is delicious. Oh my goodness, this is the best. And I've loved it ever since. It's freaking delicious. I love this. It's so good. It's so tasty. Oh, it's so tasty. Once you have it in Ireland, you'll never have it in the States again. I know. It's just like Italy ruining Italian food for me, permanently. Yeah, but the U.S. has a weird relationship with Ireland cats. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Guinness is only good for Irish car bombs. Whatever. Once it's done, you planning to repaint it? I want it this color. I want it B3 blue, dude. That's the color, Erudite. On the back of the, here, let me switch the camera and show you. On the back of the deck lid, you can see what the paint job looked like. That's what it looks like. It's called B3 blue from Chrysler. I think that would look amazing. I really don't like that people ripped off all the build information there, but hey, whatever. Paint it B3. It'll look so good, dude. That whole car painted this color, man, I'm in, dude. I'm in. 318 will make enough torque, yeah. The wife digs Labatt. Labatt? Okay. Undercoat the heck out of it. We'll pour 15 the thing. Yep. Yeah, I'll pour 15 all the work. All the panels that we put down here are going to be, they have EDF or EDP on them. So they're actually pretty encased. And then I got Steel It primer, dudes, which is weld through primer. I'll get as much rust converter as I need. We'll spray rust converter in the frame rails, seal that all up, steel it on top of that, put VHT on top of that, so the frame rails never rust. Oh. Nice. I want to make sure this car lasts another 56 years, dude. Well, not that it lasted 56 years. Convert the rust to what? There's a paint, actually. There's this thing called rust converter where it's paint and it reacts with iron oxide and it changes color to jet black and it seals up the iron oxide to prevent it from rusting more. Is the frame okay? The frame rail's left driver's side rear frame rail has a little hole in it. I'll take care of it. I got the right steel. We'll patch it. We'll patch it before we put the trunk pan in. Do you have a SpaceX Progress milestone in mind to head to Starbase, Texas for Flight 9? Suncor, I'm actually, if it goes on the 21st, dude, I'm not going. We'll cover it here on my stream. Yeah, it's super cool with a guy. I think I have some up on the shelf. Hold on. I have undercoating, rust fix. Here it is. This stuff. So it sprays and it reacts with iron oxide. It sprays clear and then it reacts chemically with iron oxide and seals it completely. We're going to spray the heck out of this in the frame rails just to make sure the frame rails don't rust from the inside out. That's the big problem with these cars. They rust from the inside out, which is weird because the bottom of this thing is undercoated to hell. But yeah. Yeah, well, the guy's super cool. Since he popped off the panel, anything else found that's wrong? No, no. Isn't that a surface treatment? Yeah. I haven't looked at Rockstar's website, Sledge, but I've seen the trailer. Looks like they're prepping the SPMTs for a roll. Cool, cool, cool. Excellent, dudes. Excelente. Maybe we'll do Space News while we're covering the roll. Like, we might push RDR for after hours. Or no, it's tomorrow Wednesday. We got Summer Car for after hours tomorrow. I imagine the inside of the frame rails are a major pain point for rust. Yeah, that's usually the case with most Mopar stuff. They don't drill the holes to let them drain correctly, so crap builds up inside of them and rusts them from the inside out. Don't worry, we'll patch them. Most of the frame rails are intact, guys. They're fine. There's a hole on the left front side, but yeah, getting rid of this, guys, actually didn't, yeah, there were no surprises here. I knew exactly what was behind this. I think we've gotten through most of the surprises on this half of the car. How are you liking RDR2? Oh, it's excellent, cats. One of the best games I've ever played. Like, no joke, dude. That game's fantastic. If not, guys, we'll get pour 15 and we'll paint pour 15 on. The big thing here that we need to do is rebuild the back of the frame rails. That's the big one. We got to rebuild the backs of these rears. The rear frame rails are fine. Like the frame rails are 90% good to go. We gotta, we're gonna rebuild the whole back of this thing, dude. It's gonna be mint. I'll make it stronger than the factory. Cause this is all 16 gauge steel, the frame rails, I'm pretty sure. I'll weld new 16 gauge in, we'll plug weld the thing, we'll put back bracing in it, rebuild the whole rear cross member. And then I'll make sure with plumbs and everything that everything is nice and straight. It's gonna be sick, dude. This thing's gonna be a spaceship when it's done. It's gonna go from Titanic to space shuttle. I'm not, dude, you guys don't know how excited I am. This is the same feeling when like you get something working in KSP. Like you did something and it worked. You did what you wanted to do and it worked. My goal was to cut that stupid fascia panel out today and we did it. I'm so freaking happy. How will it compare Massify to when it was fresh off the line? With what I want to put back here, with what we might need to redo and rebuild, it should be about the same. Should be about the same, dude. I'm not too worried about that. Last, what's up? Bare metal it and epoxy DTM primer. I'm with you, article. Yeah, good call. Can you show us an example of the rust stuff? Cats, what's up? Excuse my ignorance, chat. What type of car is it? This is a 69 Dodge Coronet 500. It is a 4-door Chrysler. My name for this project is the Crew Cab Charger. Now, why? Why is it Charger? I thought you just said it was a Coronet. Well, believe it or not, in 1967, this is a 69, in 1967, the Charger was a trim level for the Coronet. Not a lot of people know that. It was a fastback version of the Coronet. That's what it started as, on Chrysler's B platform. Now, by 1969, the Charger and the Coronet were two different cars. But the underpinnings, the trunk pan, frame rails, that's all the same. This basically is a Dodge Charger. It's a 69 Charger with 4 doors. That's what it is. Hence Crew Cab Charger. That's what it's called. Heck, we could put a Charger front end on this if you really wanted to. That would look very strange. A 4-door Charger. I like the Coronet grill though. If we didn't have a front, I would do it, but I'm not doing that. What's the difference between the duplicate? Well, it's rust converter, Bob. Yep. It should bolt up, Norris. Yeah. It should bolt up. We could bolt a Charger front end on this. It'll fit. You could do it. Can you imagine how ridiculous that would actually look? A 4-door Charger? People, dude, that would piss off people. People would be like, nah. I want to keep it the Coronet. Coronet is fine. Coronet's fine. But I like calling it the Crew Cab Charger because that's basically what it is. A Coronet sedan is a 4-door Dodge Charger. Like if you flip this car over and you flip the 69 Charger, you flip the General Lee over and you were looking at the bottom of both cars, you would not be able to tell the difference. They look exactly the same. They are exactly the same. The only way that you'd be able to know that one's a Charger and one isn't is if it was a Charger with a 426 Hemi from the factory, in which case you would have reinforcement in the chassis. There is a Hemi torque box that goes right here that you can tell if it's a real Hemi car or not. And you know what? I might just buy the Hemi torque boxes for this and put it in there because frick it. Everybody knows, if you know vintage Mopars, knows that this thing never came with a Hemi in it. There was never, as far as I can tell, no one ever ordered a 4-door Coronet with a Hemi. The biggest engine that was offered in 4-door Coronets is a 383. But we could bolt a 426 in. It'll fit because this is a Dodge Charger. We could put a 446 pack in there. We could put a 440 Magnum in there. You could put a slant 6 in there. It'll all bolt. Flip this car over and see what happens. No, not right now. Not right now. Maybe later. Maybe later. And in no way should you advertise that it's a Hemi. Yeah, Norris, I think it's cool. So one thing, dude, one thing that I like about this car, 4-door cars are way more rigid. If this was a 2-door car, this would have folded in half. It would have tacoed a long time ago. But because we have the reinforcement, and if we put Hemi torque boxes in this thing, oh man, with this thing with like a 440 in it, a 440 with a 727 and an 8 3/4 behind it, dude, that would be like a street thrash machine. It would be excellent. No one would see it coming. You pull up and just, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? How you doing? You know. Slant 6, holy cow, that takes me back. They're indestructible. Yeah. You aren't man enough. Oh, shut your mouth. Dude, I'll do it. I'll put the Hemi torque boxes in. I don't care. What? Is people going to give me crap? You going to give me crap? What if I put a 5.7 Hemi in it? Then it has Hemi torque boxes. Frick it. Dude, you can buy all kinds of stuff for this. You can buy 4-link suspensions for this. You can buy independent. You can buy coil spring, coil over fronts for B-bodies. That is the reason why I bought this car. And that's the reason why I'm making this into a crazy project. Because you can buy all the parts for this. And nobody cares about sedans. They're a dime a dozen. You can get them for like $1,500, maybe $3,000 after COVID, but you gonna put fat tires out back? Yeah, man. You gotta have some meat. Like, and we have that much room in the wheel well. We could put a big freaking tire back here, stock. Stock, you could probably, I don't know, 245s maybe. Your dream car would be a 67 Impala. Now that's a nice car. Should really tub that trunk if you plan to swap the Hemi in it. Sorry for my confusion. Is the Gold street worthy or is it bonus complimentary? Yeah. Might as well cut those. Yeah, I mean, dude, we could tub it. There's a way to do it. There's a way to tub it, and we need to replace the wheelhouse down here. This part of the wheelhouse needs to be replaced. We could, when we cut the quarters out after we rebuild the rear end, we could cut this quarter, right? Replace that, and while we're there, we could put a bigger wheelhouse in. They make them. They make big wheelhouses for this thing. Oh yes. Illness, very nice. I think they're going to test lift the OLM. Cool. No, Flykin, you can make a section piece to tub the wheel well this way and not tub it towards the car. I don't like the tub wells that you can buy from AMD because they screw your frame rail. They get rid of the frame rail flange. I don't like that. I'm not doing that. When are those lift jacks coming in? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited from this. This is so freaking cool. We actually drilled the spot welds out and it worked. It freaking worked, dude. I feel like Doc Brown right now. It worked! I finally invented something that works! Damn, that's cool. Dude, we'll button this thing up. It's gonna be freaking sick. It's gonna be sick, man. You got a new accountant yet? But yeah, we can tub the rear end, no problem. I want to rebuild all the structure though before we get into doing crazy stuff. But you know, as long as we're going that way, we might as well. What I'll probably do, guys, is cut the quarter right here along this accent line. Cut it to here, and you can buy replacements. You can buy a patch piece that's not the entire quarter panel. Actually, what I was thinking, I had a cool idea. This was another cool one of those, you know, Hemi torque box ideas. Let me show you. So Classic Industries, here, let me show you. Give me one second. So Classic Industries sells that. See that right there? That's a quarter. Now it's a 2-door quarter panel, but see the scoops? See the scoops at the front? Now we have a door. Our door basically is right here. You know what we could do that would be really freaking cool? Cut that piece of metal out, right? Cut it out. And then cut right here, cut out a panel, and then butt weld the scoops into the door. So it looks like a 2-door from a little ways away. It'll have the cool scoops in the door. The scoops don't do anything. They're just there to look cool, for what it's worth. Yeah. We'll put the scoops in the door. So from far away, it'll look like a 2-door, but then people see the door handle. But it'll look like a 2-door, which would be cool. That would be really neat. And then we can, you know, section out on the door jamb here. This part's going to be a pain in the ass to rebuild. That's probably one of the hardest parts to do. This part's going to be that's going to be a big pain. Getting at the rockers is going to suck on this car. And then we lost a little bit of the 4-door door jamb right here, which really blows. We got to cut all this stuff out, and we got to remake. I'm going to have to make the panels from scratch. But that's okay. We can make them. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. And then after this, I'm fairly confident that whatever Mopar we get after this, whatever we want, we could rebuild it, and it's really not a big deal. Yeah, get new outer rockers for this. Zap the outer rockers in. Yeah, we got work to do, dudes. We got work to do. I do not like the fake scoops. Yeah. Rip out the door handles, sand and paint them over. Just use an internal locking mechanism, overhaul in style. Yeah, I don't really like that. I don't think it would look right, believe it or not, because the door handle in the coupe is right here. Now, I was talking with my uncle about this. If you guys wanted to get real crazy, so how crazy do we want to get here? Like, I'm serious, how nuts do you actually want to do this? Like, we could get crazy. But this would be a little bit, this would be, I think, a little bit out of my range of expertise here. What we could do, the post. We could take the post, drill the spot welds out on the post, and move the post to where it is with a coupe. We could get a pair of coupe doors. They'll bolt in. Use that to locate the post right here and make the only 1969 2-door post car. Chrysler did make sedans. They made sedans, 2-door sedans. Until 1965, they made a 2-door post car. They absolutely did. They did that. But it was a post, it had the post, but it only had 2 doors. There was no 4-door. They made a 2-door sedan. That's a thing. What denotes a sedan from a 2-door car is the post, usually, in automotive nomenclature, right? So you could drill the post out, you could move it back, line it up with a 2-door, and you'd have to get a custom piece of glass made, but you could make the only 2-door post car Coronet ever. That's kind of cool. What you'd have to do is change the roof. if you wanted to make it yeah, I mean, we could do that. That would be cool, but yeah, it would be a little weird looking. But yeah, it would be the only one of its kind. They stopped doing it in 1965. And I know what the next question is. Why not just make it a full coupe? If we were going to do that, we would need to remove all the doors, cut the post out, cut the roof off. It would need new quarters, new outer wheelhouse. We'd need new glass. We'd need to cut the entire roof structure apart. The C-pillar would need to be replaced. They don't make the C-pillars, I don't think. The sedan and the coupe have a different roof line. So, see how this is angled like that? On a two-door, the inner line goes this way. It goes like that. They made it a straighter angle for structure. And you have a reinforced C-pillar that goes up and over and connects to your A-pillar, because there's no B-pillar. There's no post. And then there's a huge structural piece that goes right to here. It's called the regulator panel. And then the quarter hangs on the regulator panel in the jam. We could do it. It's doable. We would need to cut the roof off the car. That is a little out of my expertise, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not comfortable doing that. Let me fix the back and then I'll get back to you. What we really need to do is recess pane door match door handles so you almost can't see them. Yeah. Let's soft top it. Let's not and say we did. No, I'm not doing that. Nah, goalie. I like the 4-door. The only thing that would make this car cooler is if it was a wagon. I want a 4-door just because it's cool, it's unique. You never see these things because everybody parts them out to make 2-doors. You never see them. And all the 4-door parts on this car are fine. The doors are okay. There's a little bit of a dent right there, but whatever. Can you convert it to a wagon? I wouldn't even know where to begin. I would just go buy a wagon, dude. Gonna bag it and make it a lowrider? No. No. Yeah, guys, I'm good with the 4 doors, to be honest. We could do the 2-door post car. I'm good with the 4 doors. That's fine. I really don't care, because at the end of the day, the motor that we're putting in it's not gonna matter if we have 2 or 4 doors. It really isn't. We're gonna go fast. This car's gonna go fast. Ranchero it. I'm not going to, Shaw. Leave it a 4-door, give it a Superbird wing. I'm not doing that. They did make wagons, Tessa. They made them. There are 69 Coronet wagons. Yep. They're rare, but they did make them. And they are as cool as you think here. Dude, yeah, take a look. Dude, I would love to have one of these things, man. The only thing that would make this car better is if we had that. I'm trying to load up a picture. Check this out, dude. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Rare and expensive, or just rare? Rare for the wrong reasons. But oh my goodness, dude. Look at that thing. That thing is awesome. I want one. I'm not going to lie to you. I want one. I would love to have one. Dude, look at the roof rack. Oh, it's so good. It looks like it has the same door. Nope. Rear door is different. Slightly different. Yeah, you have the A pillar, you have the B pillar, big old C pillar back there. Oh, that's so mint. It's so good. That's so good. It's such a cool car. I'll find one if you guys wanted to do it. Yeah, the wagon version of that just looks great, man. I don't know what that's about. You know, these mics last a pretty damn long time. Put a Hellcat in it, we'd have to do a lot of reinforcement, but I would. And it still has the Charger Coronet hips, right? Right? Dude, freaking, oh. Dude, I love the lines of this car. I love it. Dude, look at that thing. It's like a streamlined butterfly. Isn't that cool? I'm so excited, dude. This has been taking this whole thing apart has been a roller coaster of freaking emotions. When we found all the rot back there, I was so worried. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if this is doable. And then we did it, and I'm like, nah, we can do this. We can land this plane. We can fly this plane. Did you just Days of Thunder? No, gone in 60 seconds. Like, dude, just look at this freaking line, dude. She's got hips. Look at the hips. She's got hips. It's beautiful. It's freaking beautiful. This thing's gonna be badass, man. We're gonna go fast in this thing, chat. We're gonna go fast. Our bracing is working. Man, I don't see no plane. Shut up. Go fast, turn left, shake and bake. That's right. Oh man, this thing's cool. Yeah, this car's sick. With the move, the OLM move, Flykin, and the launch that's supposed to happen soon, we'll probably switch RDR to Thursday. Yeah. No, I was just kidding. The motor's putting too many things these days, making the motor more expensive, yeah. Are you gonna add afterburners? Sure. We might have to make this a tri-propellant engine. Who understands what that means? Tri-propellants? Tri-propellants refer to rocket engines that use an oxidizer and 2 fuels. Or a rocket engine that uses 1 fuel and 2 oxidizers. Picking up what I'm laying down? Might need to make a tri-propellant, dude. Smell what I'm stepping in? There you go. There you go. You guys get it. That's what I'm talking about. It's just going to have to be a tri-propellant because tri-propellant rocket engines are cool. Dude, I'm getting freaking hype on this thing. I want to keep working. See if we can pop some of these caps out. thing's sick. So space news? Yeah, I should probably. Friday Night Racing, what sim do you use? We play Assetto Corsa. Reindeer, if you jump into the Assetto Corsa links channel, there's tutorials on how to play. You can play with us, dude. It's open call. Anybody's welcome. You just got to download a couple of mods. But we have an installer that'll do it if you're comfortable with that. Predominant made it if you care. Yeah, I may have had some BM bad manner. Dude, I went back and watched that VOD. EJ was a little plastered for that Friday Night Racing. Probably shouldn't have done that. But my buddy showed up here with a 1937 Ford and a case of beer. My neighbors did. So sorry, I drank beer. I don't know what to tell you. Can't race without beer. That's a very good point, my friend. Very good. Yes, yes. Very nice. Dude, I want this thing to be the sedan from freaking hell. Like I said, doesn't need to have like 800 horsepower. I'm thinking like 500 horse from this thing, would be like the upper echelon of what I really want. We could go 350, 400, that'd be perfect. Because 400 horse in an old car is not 400 horsepower in a new car. That's totally different. That's two totally different things. There's not a lot of car around you when you're going that fast in this thing. Needs to have 1500. Yeah. I want to be driving down the highway and I want somebody to pull up and I want this thing to look like a grandma's car, right? Like, oh, yes, we're going to the post office. You know. Kimmy, did you see Pele? Did you see Pele? Oh, no, I missed it. No, I was having a shit. Oh, well, certainly that'll make you lighter for the race. Yep. It needs wheels and tires. I actually kind of think it'd be funny just keeping the 14-inch rims on there with that skinny tire. And just, you know, we miss Kimmy. He was my favorite driver, dude. He was my favorite driver. He's been my favorite driver since a long time. They call me Skinny Tire. Torque is the number one though. Horsepower numbers at 6,200 RPM are not useful. Yeah, article, that's what I'm thinking, like, you know, we have that 5.7 Hemi. I might save the 5.7 Hemi for another project. I kind of want a 440 for this thing, man. This thing needs a 440 and a 727. It needs it. It needs a big block. Look at it. She's practically asking for it. She's asking for a big block. She's like, EJ, please. Please give me the motor that I want. I should have had. All right. But Shaw, if we're on the street, we don't care about traction. Just, you know. This thing's gonna be sick. Is there a clip of this coming off? I missed it. I don't know if anybody clipped it, but here, I'll show you. Yeah. This thing actually isn't in that bad a condition. It's just the outsides that we really gotta rebuild some structure into. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Thanks, man. When are you gonna put a lift in this garage? I don't know. Go for a bigger block at the V10. Dude, can you imagine this thing with a Viper motor in it? I don't know if a Viper motor would fit, Tessa. I know a 440 would bolt into it. It's got the same cross member as the Charger. All we got to do is buy the motor mounts and get the motor. But yeah, the rear fascia is pretty good. It's in pretty good condition. We're gonna have to do some work to this thing before we put it back on the car. There are some spots that it does have some tin worm. Shouldn't be too bad though. We'll clean this thing up, make it look real nice. A 600 horsepower 440 would be so easy to build. So would a 600 horsepower Gen 3 Hemi. What is tin worm? Rust. Yeah, we're gonna, there's still some trunk pan attached to this. But, yeah. Yeah, dudes, you know, like, I'll be honest, like, just another thing. I was dreading this, man. I was like, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna take this thing off and I'm gonna be totally screwed. No, it's not that bad. Oh yeah, and there's what remains of the rear cross member on this thing too. Yeah, see, this piece right here is supposed to tie the frame rails together. You gotta put anything like a Mega Squirt in it. What the hell's a Mega Squirt? Aftermarket ECU. Oh. Mega Squirt is a DIY EFI ECU. Oh, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, maybe Flacken, who knows? Yeah, we gotta clean up the rest of this pinch weld. And then it's the outside here that really got screwed. Yeah, we're gonna have to rebuild some of this. Some of this faceplate got a little screwed up because it rusted away. We're gonna have to cut it, patch that. Down here, I'm not really 100% sure what this is supposed to look like, dudes. Yeah, we're gonna need to rebuild some of that, but whatever, it's fine, it's no big deal. There's the trunk latch. A Viper V10 fits in there. There are builds. Tessa, you know what we should do? Let's just rebuild the structure of the car and get it running. Then we'll do the Hemi swap later. Or whatever. I want to spend the money on the structure of the car. Spend money on the structure of the car, then we can put whatever we want into it. You just gotta save for it. But yeah, if we put a modern Hemi in it, put the Hemi torque boxes in, put the scoops on the side. With a 5.7 Hemi, that's like basically a Mopar LS. You can make whatever. You can make power with those things. It already runs. That's right. Yeah, Hellfish, that's kind of why I'm like, yeah, you know, maybe we shouldn't motor swap it for a little while at least. Ordon!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
63 months, dude. It's in Canards for better tire grip. Get out of here. We could put a Superbird air dam on it though. That'll fit hired. So that's kind of like a Canard, I guess. Man, this thing's got some weight to it. I'm gonna do some squats. Article, I'll make the vinyl for it. I don't know if I want to put the vinyl top back on, dude. This thing came with a vinyl top. I don't know. Can't decide whether that would look cool or not. But that would add to the whole grandma motif. So that's... But vinyl tops make things rust. That's my problem. Considering a wheelie bar? No. You don't need a wheelie bar. Unless we're... Like I said, guys, my benchmark is probably about 500 horse. That's really the upper
Discovery,
echelon of what
go
I
at
want.
throttle up.
More realistically, like 3 to 400. You really only need a wheelie bar if you're making like 1,000 horsepower. Maybe someday we'll do that. Not top, vinyl tats. What do you mean tats? A sound system? I'll probably put something in there that's useful. Something with CarPlay. But can't see me. Here's the thing. If we're going to do that, if we're going to put like CarPlay in it, I want it to look stock. So maybe we put like the hookup for the iPhone like in the glove compartment or something. Rhino liner the roof to make it look like a fake vinyl top. No, I'm good. He means the vinyl decals. Oh. Yeah. Article, what do you think? The Hemi stripe or the Super B stripe at the back? That'd be kind of cool. Actually, that would be pretty cool if we put the Super Bs came with a stripe with a Super B logo right there. We could put it on this. If we were going to do that though, we would have to give it a Super B drivetrain. It would have to have a 440 in it. There's no do a Super B stripe with the EJ logo. Make it the Bumblebee. Yeah. Well, it's got to be guard number 154. 699 will make that truck sound like it's hiding at 15 subs. Yeah. Parcel shelf has plenty of room for speakers, man. Dude, this thing has 6x9s in it already. There's 6x9s in it. We saw them the other day. In the parcel shelf. I have no idea how those got there, but they're there. They are, yeah. I can't really see, but there's definitely, actually, I don't even, yeah, they are 6x9s. Are you kidding me? Oh, dude, the stereo never worked in this car since I had it. It worked once and then it stopped. Electronically, connecting the Hemi to the Coronet is like 5 to 6 wires. Launch in 40 minutes. Okay. EJ versus Cleater. I don't know. Yeah. Cleater's got me beat. He has stuff that goes way faster than my piece of junks. All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to go wash up. I'm going to come back. We'll come back for the OLM lift. We'll do space news, and we'll watch that rocket launch. We got a Starlink. We got OLM lift. We got plenty of good space stuff, dudes. Here, let me shut the trunk. Wait, no. Don't worry, trunk. You will shut once again soon. I'm sure I can find a Hemi here in the ATL. There's a lot of wrecked Hemis here for some reason. No, I have a 5.7. I have a 04 Ram, sorry, that we're going to pull from it. It's a feature, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to get washed up. What we are doing tomorrow, guys, is... actually, I don't know. What should we do tomorrow? We should get at the trunk pan. As best as we can. Yeah, we'll do that. Part of me is thinking that the rear cross member might, you know, Yeah, we'll get the trunk pan out tomorrow. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we'll do the trunk pan tomorrow, guys. Yeah, we'll cut out what's left of the trunk pan, so when the parts do come, it's either going to come tomorrow or come Thursday or Friday. They said sometime later in the week. I don't know really what that means, but yeah, when they do come, we'll be ready. We got to get this all prepped for the new panels. We're going to have to rebuild the frame rail flanges, but I'll probably do that when we have the cross members so I can figure out what the frick to fricking weld to. Let me just check something here real quick. Yeah, okay. Okay. Trunk cross member doesn't look too bad. Excellent. Yeah, man. This thing is gonna be sick. I can't believe there's still structure in these damn rails. I can't believe it. How? Whatever. Actually, what we can do once we get the trunk pan drilled out is we can patch the quarter tomorrow, or patch the frame rail. Yeah. Sick. What's the situation on the Pillar of Autumn? I'm working on this right now. Pillar of Autumn's on hold. We'll do that probably when Satisfactory 1.1 comes out. I just realized those rear springs are long. RB, the rear leaf goes from, the shackle is right here, and the front of the spring is right here. So right here to right there, dude. They're long springs for ride comfort. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for today's stream. Part 10 was pretty good of the crew cab Charger. We're making progress on this. It's pretty good. I'm pretty damn happy, despite the nightmare that's going on back here, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it and we'll make it look amazing. There really isn't much left over here, but we'll get it. I gotta keep my sweet exhaust. Did you make a brace in the trunk? Yeah, there's a brace on right here. I didn't make one for down there. What we did was we unloaded the rear suspension. I put the rear suspension up on jack stands so it wouldn't bend anything. Dude, I'm just staring at this thing. Damn. This thing is sweet. It's freaking sick, dude. All right. Let's go. We got a Starlink launch. All right. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. I'll see you guys. Give me about 15, 20 minutes. I'll be back in time for the Starlink launch. We'll do a late space news, watch that OLM lift, talk about space and stuff. And yeah, we'll go from there. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
Okay, here we are. I'm back in the office. I'm just gonna go get washed up. The Starlink 6-93 launch is at 9:17, so I got a little bit of time. I'll see you guys probably in about 15, 20 minutes. On the YouTube side of things, you know I'm going to jog the VOD. Twitch, just chill here and enjoy the music. I'll be back in about 20. I got pizza waiting for me, man. You're going to get one of these when your car is done. I don't know, maybe. Dude, that's crazy, man. This is nuts. We're doing this. We're doing it. All right. See you guys in a little bit. On YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected.